Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, or you can just call me Kai. As usual, I have a plan of where we're going. As we go there, we talk about all these things, whatever it is. I'll get to that in a moment. And when we're there are some clips you have sent me that we'll be looking at. So, I tend to not actually explain very well what this is, so maybe I'll do that this time. So Walk and Talk is essentially like a every other week sort of like Q&A with me. Perfect time if you have a question from me, whether it's a question about me, to me, or if it's something you think I can answer, like a question about Final Fantasy XIV, or maybe a question about a different game. This is like the best time to ask. Sometimes I get some questions like in the middle of these Savage streams where like I'm looking at it and I'm like, I know what the answer is, I could tell you, but I'm in the middle of prog here, and if I explain it, we're going to wipe. Like things like that. So sometimes a question that is perfectly valid and I would have answered just like gets lost in the sauce on other streams. On these streams, I specifically make sure that there isn't really anything particularly demanding happening, so that I can answer your questions or discuss things with you for that matter. So if you have something you'd like to talk with me about, this is the time to do that. Now, with that introduction out of the way, hey Gazel, hey Jin Monaco, hey Sally, hey Shorokai, hey Saras, hey Ilya, hey Zaf, hey Naomi, hey Clove, hey Ham, hey Mizunashi, hey Brontom, hey Bob, and hey Tabi. Hope you're all doing very well. And thank you for celebrating 15 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Brontom. Thank you so much. And hey Raging Bull, hope you're doing well as well. So a funny thing that we were talking about a little bit in the Discord just before this was about camera controls. The endless debate about standard controls versus legacy. And thank you for celebrating 14 months as a part of the Cult of the Pink Hand. Thank you so much for the support. Not quite 15, but very close indeed. So the long story short on that whole debate is that, like, my stance on it is, like, I use standard controls, but I will use legacy controls when it happens to be convenient. Like, for instance, if you see the Savage streams, whenever we do M5S, it's been a bit, I will switch to legacy controls. Because, like, the dance remix part of the fight, it's really convenient to be able to just face your camera at the dancers and then just like move in all four directions. It happens to be really good for that. And I would also use it if I'm kiting something, but for the most part I'll use standard controls. But my stance on it is if it works for you, that's great, and that's that. Also, hey Fila, hope you're doing well, and thank you for celebrating a year as part of the Cult of the Pink, Bob. Thank you so much for the support. That is awesome. And I also know recently Bob has supported the channel a lot, aside from just being a cultist. So thank you so much for that too. But a thing that happens between standard controls and legacy controls is that there are certain things with these control schemes that makes them stand out as bad, quote unquote. This is particularly prevalent with standard controls. But that's mainly because on legacy controls, you running in a weird direction could be because you're using standard controls or legacy controls. That's very hard to tell. But if you're backpedaling, like specifically walking backwards, then it's a pretty smoking gun tell that you're using standard controls. And like certain players that are having difficulty with standard controls will have difficulty with standard controls because they don't know how to play around that. They don't know how to play around the fact that you have to actually actively move your camera more. If you want to run this way, you might have to at least turn your camera 90 degrees to run sideways. You can't just walk backwards. If you're walking backwards, it's usually because I just have to move a little bit. And there, the backpedaling being equal to walking speed can be slightly handy to help you like exactly meter out, so you get exactly the distance you want instead of too much. By moving a little slower. That can be handy. In certain other games, World of Warcraft, it has been the case in the past that tanks would sometimes quote-unquote kite bosses. Not really kite, because they would stay inside melee range, but they would drag bosses by backpedaling, and the reason why they will backpedal is because it is slower, which means that they will move slower, causing the boss to move slower, which causes the melees to be able to keep up with the boss as it moves. So like there is a logical reasoning here. You could do that in Final Fantasy XIV as well, but bosses have a tendency to move more erratically in those cases. Also, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, Bob. Thank you so much. That's wild. And hey, Real Ninja Brain, hope you're doing well. Says, is standard or legacy bit of a controller? I can't remember which one I use. If you're on a controller, standard should not be considered an option. Like straight up, you should never be using standard controls on a controller unless you have an extremely good reason. The reason that it is like that is because if you're on standard controls, the only way to turn your character is like by literally turning them, which is what some refer to as tank controls, because you're like driving a car, you actually have to like turn it around. Or you'd have to drag the camera around, and both things are something that like you have some fine control over that on a controller, but you don't have the control to do something like this. So that means that you're extremely disabled in a way in your ability to turn your character. So you should be using legacy controls if you're playing on a controller. Basically, the greatest weakness of standard controls is that your ability to turn your character is directly correlated with your ability to turn your camera. But with a mouse, you can overcome this weakness by turning the camera faster, which means that that's a non-issue. But if you're on a controller, I mean, if you can set the sensitivity on turning the camera so that it is at ludicrous speeds, you might be able to make it work. But I don't recommend it. I really don't. But if you're on a mouse and keyboard, you can do whatever you want. Like either option, do what works best for you. And that is the key thing that I want to make note of here in this conversation about standard versus legacy, is that the reason why standard tends to get a lot of flack is because when it is bad, because someone is using it wrong, it's usually a lot more obvious that a standard controls user is using standard controls. But when a player is bad because they're not moving smartly on legacy controls, it's just not obvious. It might, like in both cases, it might not actually be the control scheme that is causing trouble. It's just the player is bad, and they happen to be using standard controls. And it's a lot more obvious because if you see someone backpedaling, they're like, you can backpedal on legacy controls, but it requires a very specific like button input to do. So it's incredibly unlikely that someone would be doing that by accident. Most of the time. So because of that, if someone sees someone backpedaling and then like they get hit by a mechanic and that leads to a wipe, they'll blame that. It's the same thing as like if you have a bad player. Again, like I'm using bad players like stand in for someone that like is causing like the group isn't progressing because that player is making mistakes. Whether they're actually bad, whatever, but someone is having trouble. And then someone goes, how do you click your abilities? And they say, I click them with my cursor. Like I play like this. I'm a clicker. Some people say that calling them a clicker is derogatory. I think it's just like that's what we call that kind of play. It's weird that we don't call people that use only keybinders, but whatever. If that player is playing well, but they're a clicker, it is a lot more likely that the fact that they are clicking their abilities will be blamed for them being bad. Even though the reason they're doing terrible DPS is because, I don't know, they're using dot on single target. Like, no, if you just start using keybinds, all that will go away. It's like the joke that we made that you just need to get good. If you get good, you'll stop having latency problems. Like latency is a skill issue, obviously. Like, no, it isn't. And there are clickers that have completed all the hardest challenges in the game. It's just like the important takeaway on this is that if your control scheme works for you and it is not limiting your ability to do something, then you don't need to change that. If it works for you, it works for you, and that's good enough. Sometimes a player might say, no, I'm not having any issues because I'm clicking, but like the thing that is difficult for them is because they are clicking and they're not doing it in a smart way. Like they're not actually optimizing around the weaknesses of the way they play the game. Like that's the same thing as with standard controls. If you have standard controls, then you need to play around the fact that you cannot run backwards. You need to turn your camera more. That's just how that works. You need to like cover over those weaknesses and play around it. And if you can't, there is an alternative control scheme and that might work better for you. But if you're not having any problems, then you can do it. If you are having problems, either you observe that you can't do a thing, then you might be told to try this other thing. Or others might observe that you can't do a thing and be like, maybe you should try doing this. Or you should be able to like go, oh, well, maybe I should try and review so that I don't make that mistake that they've observed that I'm making. But that's the thing. That is usually what I say, is that if someone shows me an absolutely crazy UI, but they're playing fine, then I'm not going to say anything. But if they show their crazy UI and then say, oh man, I keep forgetting to, like, I'm a red mage, but I always miss that someone died. So I don't actually erase anyone. I'm like, yeah, that's not surprising because for some reason you made your party list 60% size. So it's like a tiny little speck on your ultra wide over there, all the way over in Narnia. You never look there. Big surprise you don't notice when people die. Maybe you should do something about that. Those kind of things, right? Zab says M5S is... Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything else in my long tirade there. Also, Fila, hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming. And Atalama, hope you're doing well as well. Yes, Clove says, I feel like anyone coming from more standard games, Legacy is useful. Depends. Standard is useful if you're coming from games like WoW that uses similar. Possibly. Yeah, exactly. Like, basically, it depends on what you're used to. And yeah, exactly, Ham. I exactly found that M6S is a really good point to be able to backpedal. Because you can get into position, point where you need to, and then be like, actually, I think I need to be a little further back. Without your character looking away. So like you can just keep backpedaling while still pointing in the correct direction if you're not entirely sure, if you're like fully sold on how far away you are. And if when the game then locks you in and throws you, you're still looking in the correct direction. And Zab says, M5S is literally the only thing I've encountered in the game where Legacy is objectively better, but I'll just deal with it. I wish there was a macro to talk about. That would be nice. My experience is specifically M5S, and if you're doing an excessive amount of kiting, then it might be better. Like, for instance, I would argue that there's a possibility that Legacy might be really good in certain contexts for, like, Machinist in Palace of the Dead, for instance. Why I say certain contexts is because I believe some enemies have gaze mechanics there, and Legacy controls take a little bit of your, like, facing direction controls away. Like, it's a little hard, like, it's the key thing when I say something is harder or easier in this conversation. It's really important to take note that ultimately it's something you can just work around. You can just, you know, like, hashtag get good, right? But it is slightly easier to control exactly where your character's facing on standard controls at all times, while running, and stopping, and running and stopping, and switching between running and stopping. But if it works for you, then there's no problem, right? But it's just that Machinist, for instance, ends up kiting a lot in Palace of the Dead. And yeah, PvP is also a good place. I don't think there's anything where you need to be facing anyone in PvP. Or rather, not facing anyone. Bronson says, League of Legends is an interesting one where the best Heimerdinger in the world clicks his abilities. How many Heimerdinger mains are there in League of Legends nowadays? Clockwork Castle Town. Oh, good point, Ham. Hey, Lumen. Hope you're doing well. I will still stand by, Lumen, that given that you are using Legacy, there are certain minor advantages in Standard that you don't realize you don't have. Like, that is also a key thing in these kinds of discussions, is that typically the players that swear by Legacy don't actually know in full detail what Standard can and cannot do. They know of their weakness about backpedaling. That's usually why a lot of the time when Legacy goes Standard control bad, they just latch onto this backpedaling thing. There are other things about it. Meanwhile, Standard controls, like, they might not know what Legacy can do. For instance, I originally thought that it was actually impossible for Legacy control players to turn their character without moving. It is possible, but it's a little janky. And by which I mean, I don't mean you turn your character by attacking an enemy. I mean, no target allowed, you don't use an action, turn your character without moving. It is possible, but it requires you to press like 3 buttons at a time. How often do you need that? Not very often. Maybe when there's something with a gaze mechanic, or when you need to like throw something in a specific direction, like an M6. But overall, it's like a really specific thing to be like, Standard is better than that. Okay, so you use Standard when that's a problem, right? Like, exactly, like some people would use that in M6S because it gives you a particular advantage there. And also, I would say that I feel like I'm still not the best person to like weigh Legacy against Standard, because I use almost only Standard. I sometimes use Legacy, but I would say that I'm probably a better person to weigh these two options against each other than someone who cannot ever use Standard, or someone who cannot use Legacy at all. Like, if you're not capable of playing basically to the same ability on both control schemes, then it's probably not you. It's probably not you who should be saying this is better than this. And I will say, for like 99% of the game, Legacy is probably better. It's just that it's if you know how to play on Standard, Legacy is better in a way that doesn't do anything, right? Like, it's if you are better at playing Standard, or you know how to play around the weaknesses that Standard has against Legacy, then they're basically equal. So it's like a battle between two control schemes where one, if both are played optimally, that's the key thing, and there's a lot of things in this game where it's like, if you put these two against each other, if they're both been done optimally, if you play both control schemes optimally, then Legacy controls is like superior in a few fights, Standard is superior in a few fights, but they're both superior by like, right? Now they're superior in a way where it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. But the key thing is that arguably Legacy controls is probably easier to play, because the main weaknesses of Legacy controls is less obvious, less right in your face, the backpedaling thing. But I'm pretty sure that when you start a new character, like there's that mandatory little tutorial where they explain to you how to move. I'm pretty sure that they ask you what control scheme you want, but they default it to Standard. Like, you can choose, but they don't say you have to pick. They leave it at Standard, so you can just click OK. Which of course gives Standard the advantage of being the default pick, which maybe is not the smartest move if you really think about it. And yeah, same, Shurakai. That is also part of the reason why this conversation, I'm trying to make it a little bit like, oh, well, Standard has this advantage, but it doesn't really matter, and Legacy has this advantage, but it doesn't really matter, is because it doesn't matter. Just pick your favorite control scheme, and if you have a problem with your control scheme, then re-review that. In the same way that if there's something wrong with your UI, then we review that. If there's something wrong with your with the way you use your actions, then we review that. But if you prefer to have your hotbars in the top left of your screen, I think Caetsu does that, then go for it. If you prefer to press every action with your mouse, then do that. I would say make sure that the position, the placement of your actions are put in a smart way to like optimize that. Like, optimize your setup around the way you play the game. I would also say that in contrast to the Legacy versus Standard controls, that I feel like introducing some keybinds to a clicker routine, not saying only keybinds, I'm just saying introducing a few probably helps a lot, because your cursor as a keyboard player is superior at turning your camera, targeting enemies, targeting party members to some degree. You can use Fs and tab to do some of these things. And your mouse can also control your movement. Like, your mouse can do all of the things your keyboard can. Your keyboard, however, is not as good at turning the camera. as the mouse is. And your keyboard is not as precise at targeting enemies as your mouse is, because you can only, like, shuffle through them in order, or in reverse order. And if you don't have your party list keybound, then your keyboard cannot target party members very well, and it's very likely that your keyboard genuinely cannot target other alliance members at all. So sharing the burden a bit and making sure that your mouse isn't doing all of the heavy lifting is possibly a good idea. But I'm not saying that your mouse is not allowed to press your buttons. I'm just saying, like, you could save yourself a lot of trouble by just, like, keybinding your main, I don't know, 5 actions or so, and then, like, just pressing them with your keyboard. It doesn't have to be all of them, and it doesn't have to be any of them. It's just my opinion that keybinds can supplement clicker routines. So that is something to consider. Let's see, Close says you're always gonna miss a GCD with wing mark regardless on if you hit before or after. Yeah, how long are you actually stunned in the wing mark thing on M6S? Is it like 3 seconds? Four seconds, even worse. Sally says, on some level I wish I was on Summoner for Slipstream, but I'm sticking to Black Mage for just being fun. I will say, while Slipstream or Ruby Ride being like slightly longer GCDs would be really handy to like optimize around the wing mark, I will also say that's a pretty specific timing. Can you actually make sure that you line that up? Brontom says, I find that standard is better because you get to brag about playing standard. Yeah, now here, I think Brontom's onto something, guys. So, new pro strat. You play clicker only, standard controls, and your UI is a complete mess. Why? Because then you can brag that you managed to do hard content with that crazy UI and game controls. Sally says people are a little too caught up in being the best TM. Yes, there's a lot of white and black on the internet, by which I mean there is no such thing as something being good enough or best for you. There's only the best, and either you do it or you don't. And that's unfortunate a lot of the time. Say, Vivek, hope you're doing well. What would you recommend to level Gunbreaker from 60 to 80 without MSQ? Do your daily roulettes. I have a leveling guide. I straight up have a leveling guide. Actually, I have several. If you can find one. But basically, long story short, Vivek, do your daily roulettes, Some of them are... Whoa. Some of them are more effective than others. They are mentioned in the guide. You can also do tribe quests if you have them unlocked. Hunts if you have them unlocked. So on and so forth. The guide says it all. There's some like bonuses, but yeah, that is my recommendation. It's not that complicated. If you run out of dailies to do, just queue for the highest dungeon you have access to. Runsum says the one that trips me out is people who keep 1, 2, 3, 4 as the default for hotbars. I've watched people play it and they take their hand off their mouse to press the rightmost button. That is funny. I will say I've sometimes had people call me out in my guides or videos for having those keybound. And the funny thing every time is that they don't actually consider that maybe I'm not actually pressing them with my keyboard. Notice, keyboard hand, mouse hand, you can see. Hand in the camera's mirrored. This is my left hand. Mouse is moving. Oh, weird! How is he pressing 8? Wow! How is he doing it? That's incredible! Also, yeah, Symmetricon and Bondi. Hope you're doing well. And Sting Era, hope you're doing well as well. Let's see, I think there was a question there. Sting Era says, just jumped in. Can I ask why is there a timer in the top? This is a running joke. This whole series called Walk and Talk on the channel originated as an April Fool's stream last year. And there I of course had a speedrun timer, because what would be the funniest way to do a stream where you just walk somewhere? The slowest way possible. A speedrun timer, obviously. So as a tradition, I have a speedrun timer on screen for the walk and talk, for the walk part of the Walk and Talk. And it doesn't mean anything, but sometimes we like to review how long it took to go from the start to the destination. In a way, the speedrun timer also helps to get to let people know where we're going next, which sometimes helps them keep up with me. Like, if there's 2 end destinations, they know that I'm taking a right turn and not a left turn, if they know where the next zone we're going to is. And sometimes people would, like, they'll wait in the next zone, so that, like, they can catch up there, instead of, like, teleporting to the zone and then, like, tracking us down. So, like, there's a bunch of, like, quote-unquote advantages to the speedrun timer being on screen. Agent Monica says, are all of your main hotbar binds bound to your mouse? Nope. I actually... A video I released around the release of Endwalker has on screen the picture of, like, explaining exactly how I've set it up. This is me pressing 1 on my... MMO mouse with the thumb grid. Press 1, hits 0 there. 2 hits dash. 3 hits plus, and I'm holding shift on my left hand because I'm not gonna sprint here. 7 is 4. 8 is 5 on the mouse. And 9 is 6 on the mouse. So I basically use my right hand for the right hand of my hotbars. In addition to that, 7 and 8 on the mouse, both 7 and 8, are bound to bonus action 1, like duty action 1. And 8 and 11 are bound to duty action 2. And I have them pair-wise bound, because turns out when, like, your thumb, like, goes like this, it starts to get a little difficult with the dexterity. So to make sure that I can hit it, I just, like, double the length of area that I can hit. Clove says, have we done any walks in Dawntrail areas yet? I believe the first, like, 6 walk and talks in Dawntrail was basically just me walking between the various Dawntrail zones. What's the longest walk now that we have Dawntrail? I'm like 99% sure that the longest walk is from the tippy tip of like, actually, no. It would be... I imagine it would be the edge corner of Mare Lamentorum. Right, Ham, enjoy your evening. Like a very, very tail end of Mare Lamentorum to the tippy tip of Churning Mists. The reason why the direction matters is because if you're leaving Churning Mists, there's a shortcut that Vince found for us ages ago. But if you're entering, then you cannot use that shortcut. And this journey would be Mare Lamentorum, Garlemald, what's it called? The locks, the peaks, the fringes, and then... Is it this one? Yeah. Then East Shroud, Gridania, and then you have to go to New Gridania from Old Gridania, because you have to take the airship to Ishgard, and then from Ishgard, you then have to go to Kurth's Western Highlands. That one you cannot reach by foot, so that doesn't count. And then to Forelands, all the way up here, Churning Mists. And then you basically have to go this way around, up this way, over this way, round this way, and all the way over here. I believe traversing Churning Mists alone has a tendency to take somewhere like 45 minutes. Sally says, couldn't you walk through Northern Shroud and Kurthus Central to make it even longer? Could, yes, but that would be cheating. If we're allowing airships, which we are, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to exit Garlemald, then it would be cheating to say, oh, the path is longer by ignoring an airship that is there. Like, we're basically saying start there, end there. Ships and airships are allowed. For consistency's sake. And so we use the airship. If we said only mandatory airships allowed, and that's a different story. But that also convolutes the rules a bit. And yeah, if you said no, only mandatory airships allowed, then of course, right when you land here, the journey changes a bit. I believe you would have to go through Gridania over to North Shroud, then over here to Central, then Foundation, and then you go here. So, like, you add a little bit more. I'll say Freezy, and Nozeril, hope you're doing well. Stinger says, I only have 2 extra buttons on my mouse, and I use them for sprint and target switch. Got to have for job-specific actions like tank stances, and people have told me I'm insane. If it works for you. If you're not having any difficulty, then fine. I'll say Freezy. Did I say hey to Freezy? I have now. I hope you're doing well. Noswell says, what do you reckon is the longest walk, though? The moon to Idleshire? Technically, Noswell, I was just explaining that. The longest walk is from the tippy tail end of Mare Lamentorum to the tippy tail end of Churning Mists. Because the Churning Mists is ludicrously long. Yeah, probably silly. No worries, by the way. Explain again. The reason is that the Churning Mists is deceptively enormous. Another one that could be up for grabs is Yanxia is insanely long. Like, shockingly long. Which means my suggestion would be from Gangos, which is like the entry to Boja, if you want to really, really build it, you could also say you start in the tail end of Boja itself, or Zadnor, you choose. I don't actually know if either one is longer. Hey, look, the NPC has joined the walk. Like, then you could make that extra long. The main reason... The main thing that this often comes back to is, like, if you pay attention to the speedrun timer, the moment we hit Limsa Lominsa, that's, like, Limsa Lominsa features in nearly all walks. Because unless you're specifically landing in Gridania Ul'dah and you're going to Ishgard, or Ul'dah or Gridania, then basically all journeys will traverse through Limsa Lominsa. So nearly all ideas you can come up with, you can basically track the distance from Limsa Lominsa to there. And that will be half of your run, and then you combine that with another run. Which is pretty funny. Also, Ilana. And... oh, hey Lana, hope you're doing well. Real Ninja Brain says, I'm on East Coast paying on console. Is there any hope I can play on Ninja again someday without much issue? I don't know what your ping is. I don't know what your ping is. I'm European. I have no idea what your ping is. Raging Bull says, as I noticed Savage was yesterday, you're all still going on the usual Saturday? Nope. There is I post the weekly schedule on the channel. I post it in the community tab on the channel, but I can't pin it, so you'll have to scroll for the most recent one. It shows like the dates. I also post it on X and on Blue Sky, and I also post it in the Discord server. Oh, hey Ardell, hope you're doing well, and thank you. And there you will see that there's no stream on Saturday. Yeah, that's the thing, Raging Bull. That is also why the description, the explanation of the weekly schedule says that this week's schedule is weird. Basically, I have family stuff for a few days, so I can't on Saturday. I'm pretty sure there was someone else in the static as well that wasn't available on this Saturday. But yeah, no, it wasn't like a bonus Savage stream. It was just the Savage stream. On ? Fortunately. That's also why we're doing Walk and Talk on a Wednesday. Saturday we will wander like lost souls, not knowing what to do. Oh man. See, that's the worst part about when I have to like mix up the schedule due to IRL getting in the way, is that a lot of people are like, well, I usually watch this, and now it's not there. But yeah, I think, Freezy Lemon, to your question about if you're only allowed to use mandatory teleports and ferries and ships and stuff, I still think that it's Mare Lamentorum to Churning Mists. I would still say that Boja or Zadnor all the way to Limsa Lominsa is a pretty strong alternative half. And the reason why I'm saying alternative half is because when you go from Mare Lamentorum to Gridania, you can just like change path and go to Limsa. And here's the kicker. The ship to Limsa Lominsa from Gridania is a mandatory ship. So like those connect by ship only. Another one that is a strong contender is what we're doing right now. The very tip end, the tip of Ultima Thule is very long. Go from Dalriada to Zadnor to Gangos. I feel like that would be cheating. Dalriada is a duty. Like, imagine if, like, I could just put any duty in then. Gazel said you could go Gridania, Walk, Uldar, Boat. But Gazel, that again is like, if you set the rule, you are allowed only to use mandatory ships and boats, then Gridania's boat to Limsa is just as legal as Uldar's boat to Limsa. So you have no reason to walk to Uldar to take their boat, because that's the same boat. You'd make it long. Like, that's the thing, is, again, this is like if you just go, if you're trying to make the fastest speed run, and then you just go, but what if you didn't have to kill the final boss? But you do. Yeah, but if you didn't have to, it would be shorter. If you think about it. Which is like, yeah, but then you have to change the rules. Why is ninja latency sensitive in the first place? So ninja has a GCD of, I believe, 2.12 or so, with 0 skill speed. And they basically need to fit a double weave in between two GCDs. With 2.12 seconds, that means you'd subtract 1 animation lock from the GCD beforehand, which means that at the best connection possible, you're already down to about 1.5 seconds. Like, you're already down to about 1.5 seconds before you even get to try. So, that's the, like, then you had, like, and that's with the best connection. That would be possible. Just off the top of my head, in a duty, 2.12 divided by 3 is 0.706 approximately. In a duty, ninja wouldn't be able to double weave without clipping their GCD on pretty much anything about above like 76 ms. Something like that. About 76. Monk weaving on 1.94 GCD, very fun. I've recently, future video by the way, attempted to single weave on OCE as Monk with 1.97. My Monk is not optimal, I know. Well, you basically need on just 2 flat, you would need less than 370 ms, I think. In a duty. Actually, you'd need less than 360 ms in a duty to be reliable, and preferably below 350. We had 1.94. Yeah, that would still be a tight squeeze. A shockingly tight squeeze when you think about it. If we just assume you have 0 ping, in a duty, at best, it should still take 1.89 seconds or so to double weave. So if you add 13 ms times 3 to that, then you hit like 1.93 silly. So it's not surprising if Lumen feels that it's like barely doable, because it's true. If the duty delay, and yes, like I have a whole video that's going to talk about it in the future, but the duty delay is like like even with that, which is the best you can get, it's not consistently reliable if you have any latency. Really weird, actually. Enjoy your evening, Talamar. And hey, Cole. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I don't really have much to... Like, I don't really have any suggestions in regards to Ninja on high paying this. Not much you can do about it. In the past, in a funny way, there used to be ways you could, like, combat it a little bit. Like, back in the day, the power difference between Huma Shuriken and Raiton were close enough that if you had... Basically, if you had more than an amazing ping, then... Like, if you had something worse than an almost amazingly perfect ping, then you couldn't like, do Raiton without clipping. And the reason for that was, back in the day, jutsus were fully OGCD. Which actually also reminds me that, I don't know why I put it like this, hand signs are GCDs. They just are really short. So technically, having a high latency as a ninja just increases the length that this might take. Also, you stupid genius. Hope you're doing it as well. That is something that I tend to forget. For some reason, that the hand signs themselves are GCDs. They're just really short. But back in the day, the whole thing used to be OGCD, which did mean that to use Raiton, you needed to triple weave on a 2.12 GCD. And Doton was a quadruple weave, technically. Yeah, that would be nice, Naomi. If live chat was the default, I'm pretty sure the preview, or rather the overlay chat over there, would also have been live chat. Silly, I guess I could remind you that, or maybe you haven't heard this, but like, originally I learned of the existence of Final Fantasy XIV the first time in Heavensward. And my first introduction to it was someone talking about Ninja. And how janky it was. And that was what led me to not play. If it wasn't for... Basically what I'm saying is, if it wasn't for the ridiculousness that is Heavensward Ninja, I might have played in Heavensward, but I didn't. So, consider that. There's a lot of weird, janky things in Final Fantasy XIV that people sort of take for granted, that always were just good, when they weren't. Apparently, back in A Realm Reborn, like actual A Realm Reborn, Dragoons could not single weave jump without clipping their GCD. A lot, like if you check... like openers and rotation guides from A Realm Reborn, it wasn't out of the ordinary to see like a burst where they basically just say to do this just on all of your cooldowns and then do your GCDs. Like just mash. Use all of them all at once. And then like eventually you have used them all and then you attack. One argument for that was that some jobs genuinely had like 4 damage buffs or 5 damage buffs they could use because of cross-class actions. But another part of it was that weaving was so mega jank that, like, double weaving? Good luck with that. Go ahead, try. And if you had to single weave all of those things, it would take so long that, like, the first buff was ending by the time you got the last one up. We are not going to Dawntrail. If we were, we would be taking a different skipper. Hey, gamer. Hope you're doing well. I can't remember. No, that's not here. We have to go all the way through to the airship landing. Black Mage during a Realm Reborn using Raging Strikes. Black Mage during a Realm Reborn requiring Archer level 15 to be unlocked. But yeah, there was a lot, apparently a lot of jank. And most of which, as I said, because it was already a apparently tall ask to just single weave, it probably comes as no surprise that Dragoons couldn't weave their OGCDs that had longer animations. Like, it wasn't until I think it was early. I think it was early Endwalker they fixed this one. And still, if you have a really good connection, you might still be able to do it. I think. And also, like, you might also be able to do it with a really bad connection. Oh, that sounds like fun game. I hope you did go. I hope you did well. In Shadowbringers, and especially in Stormblood, a Scholar could use Adloquium, and if they immediately weaved deployment tactics on the target, what would happen is the Scholar would, finish casting Adloquium. Deployment tactics would fail because there was no shield to split or to spread, and then Galvanize would land on the target. You basically, for things like this, where you had like an interaction with something you had to use first, you had to either cast the thing, wait a second, and then weave, or just like cast the thing, wait a GCD, and weave it on the next one. Which of course was even worse because before Endwalker, Broil and Ruin were 2.5 second casts. So for a Scholar to do that, they had to cast Adloquium, then Ruin, and then wait, and then cast deployment tactics. And you know what's even like a more common problem or example of this problem was that some of you may know Bane. If you've played Scholar in PvP, you will kind of know what this does. Bane is basically deployment tactics, but for your dots. I'm turning to the right. Gazel misses Bane dearly. The way that it worked was essentially you put your dots on your target and you used Bane, and then it would spread at one point a weaker version, and then eventually I think they just spread it wholesale sometime in Shadowbringers. By that point I believe they had already removed it from Scholar. But either way, the way that it originally worked is that it cost 1 ether flow, and both Scholars and Summoners had it, and it just spread their, like, basically their Arcanist dots, and that mattered because before Stormblood, they had access to cross-class dots, but where they would not be spread. In Shadowbringers, they made it just a 10-second cooldown. So you could just spread as many times as you wanted. But again, if you went like, you cast Miasma, which had a cast time, land that, and then insta-cast Bio, because it was instance, and then just immediately Baned, it would just go and do nothing, because neither of the dots had applied yet, and the game didn't care that they were incoming. This, as I said, was something that was like fixed in Endwalker, like at basically the start of Endwalker, and the reason why you might not really notice is because, I mean, Bane was removed in Endwalker. So that means that there was just deployment tactics left. Another example is how pets used to be way jankier. You used to have a lot more control over your pets. You used to be able to command your pets without using actions yourself. So you just had like a pet hotbar where you could use their actions, and they had like 4 things they could do. And then like you might have one action that could like order them to do something even bigger, but broadly speaking, their toolkit was their toolkit, and you just clicked it when you wanted it, and that was that. Thank you, Ardell. And pets also used to be way slower to react to your commands. And most of these things were like in Shadowbringers, they put most of the things your pet could do on the user, so they needed to like weave things to use actions on the pet. And then in Endwalker, they actually massively improved the responsiveness of the pets and removed the majority of Summoner's reason to care. Yeah, the funny thing is that part of the reason why I think Final Fantasy XIV gets so infatuated with perfectionism and absolutely maximum 100% GCD uptime is partly because it is possible. And partly because, due to a lack of customization, you don't really have anything else, right? Like, there isn't like, oh, maybe if I like move these 2 things around, I'll do better. Maybe if I change these things, I'll do better. No, it's straight up like that's rotation. Like, the only thing you can adjust is your GCD with skill speed or spell speed, but for most jobs, it's a known fact that it doesn't help. Hey, Eaterit, hope you're doing well. Freezy says, do other games also have quote-unquote dance fights to the same level of difficulty as Final Fantasy XIV? Well, let's just say that, I've said this before, in World of Warcraft, the thing that they call a dance fight is what Final Fantasy XIV calls a boss fight. As in Final Fantasy XIV, it is so much the norm that we don't, like, that's just a boss fight. Like, it would actually, like, if something wasn't that would be weird. While in World of Warcraft, something being that is weird. It's the same I've mentioned before, that in World of Warcraft Legion, balance druids had the option to choose a talent setup that basically meant they had 0 RNG in their rotation, aside from critting, of course. And they were the weird ones for having that. They had a rotation that was perfectly predictable, with no randomness. Consider that, and then look at Final Fantasy XIV. Even the jobs with a heavy dose of randomness are relatively predictable. That could be Freezy. But I would also say that other games, MMOs like World of Warcraft, sometimes are willing to experiment with other ideas than GCD uptime. Like, some people look at Black Mage having janky sequences where it is actually it's actually good to clip your GCD with a transpose at times, like on AoE rotation, for instance. It's not optimal. You can do something else, but like, there are situations where clipping your GCD to transpose is better than not. Oh, look, there's a bot over there. Everyone point and laugh at the bot. Hey, Melissa. Hope you're doing well. But the fact that Black Mage has this as something they can do is a lot more interesting than all the jobs where delaying your GCD by as much as a fraction of a second is a damage loss. But none of the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV really lends themselves by design to anything else. And by the way that the toolkits of jobs work, let's consider if a job was added who used resources that recovered over time to do anything. Like, any action costs resources to use. So, sure, you can do your 1, 2, 3 combo, but you will actually run out of resources, like TP style. But instead of TP being something that, should last you the whole fight, you actually run out of resources frequently. But, you just, you can't do something every GCD, but most GCDs. Oh yeah, I did get a cat elf. That looks like Wicked Thunder. But if you made such a job in Final Fantasy XIV, it would of course have to have potencies that compensated for the fact that it wouldn't have absolutely capacity to, attack all the time. But if you made such a job, either their ranged filler attack would need to cost something, or they didn't have one, like Monk. But basically, if it was a melee job, it would have to have that, because basically all of them do, except Monk, unless this would be also except this one. If it's a ranged job, then, that thing surely has to cost something. But technically it would be any action, because they're ranged, right? But I'm basically trying to describe to you Rogue from World of Warcraft. They can have some downtime. The downtime is just so short that you don't really notice. But they also have a GCD that is 1 second. So, you're supposed to, speedrun through your resources so fast that you run out. That's what's supposed to happen. Hey, Copper Sulfate. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Fox. Hope you're doing well as well. It is funny. I think almost every single time I pass through this pass, there is a bot doing that. And they always do it wrong. Yeah, exactly, Copper Sulfate. The reason why I didn't mention Death Knight or Paladin is exactly because there is that little asterisk of they can run out of resources if you plan poorly. Whereas Rogue is like you could like Monk can also run out of resources. I don't know if they can if you like only can if you plan poorly, but they can also run out of resources and need to wait a second. But like there is no job in Final Fantasy XIV that works like that. Every job functions in a way where arguably 100% GCD uptime is optimal, and there isn't really an exception to that. There isn't like a job where you're like, no, actually, that's impossible. You just have to get good enough, question mark. Well, that's nice, folks. Did I say hey to Matoro? If I didn't, then I hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a bit. Or were you there on the Savage stream as well? Yeah, I get that, Sally. The reason why I don't think it's bad is because by not being able to do something every GCD, it basically means that your GCD packs more value. It has more weight behind it. Like in classic WoW, like super duper classic, warriors while leveling would they would open the fight with a charge, and then that gives them enough rage to do like a thing, but they can do one thing pretty much, and then they have to wait for auto attacks to generate rage. So what that one thing you choose to do right at the outset is really important. Because if you choose wrong, then like you have to wait for more. And because you only, by that metric, only get like one GCD like maybe every 4, maybe even 5 seconds sometimes, if even that. And sometimes you might just choose to not do something, and you'll just pool some rage so that you can later send multiple GCDs at once for a little bit of a burst. Like, in a way, yes, that's not very interesting. But it does lead to things like people optimizing positioning, like kiting enemies between your auto attacks and things like that, which you can do. Like there are other things you can do to make it interesting. But it puts weight in it. It might not be as interesting if you don't think that's fun. It's very slow. But that, like, I'm just saying, that's also gameplay. Like, that's also gameplay. To indeed sit there and think about what you're going to do when you finally can do something. Ah, yes. Does that count as a pentaweave, Cole? Does that count as a pentaweave, or like a like, is that 6 weaves? Because Stardiver's there. The reason why I'm saying is it more is because Stardiver usually takes 2. Hey, hope you're doing well. Does which people do it right in dungeons save all the big meters and scales for bosses, or the people that actually blow it all on pulls? You should be using your cooldowns as close to on cooldown as possible. Basically, I actually talk about this in my video about improving your performance in dungeons, which is somewhat recent. If you use your cooldowns when you have them, like basically you like the first big AoE pull is done, you reach the destination, and then you just slam all of your cooldowns. You will kill the pack, like the pull a lot faster, which makes it safer, because part of what makes a big AoE pull dangerous for the tank and the healer, question mark, is that the longer it takes, the more cooldowns they have to do, the more resources they have to spend. And if it takes long enough, it could possibly reach a point where the healer actually has to stop attacking to heal the tank, which basically causes the length of the pull to like spike exponentially, because now the healer's also not attacking and you are not attacking optimally. That's how we ended up in this mess. And if you do that, it will still take like 2 minutes, nearly, or like it will take 2 minutes, maybe a bit less, maybe more, depending on your group, before you reach the boss. And it'll take about a minute before you reach the destination of the next pull. So like you basically use your 2 minutes on the first big pull, and use your 1 minute on the next big pull, and then you basically get everything back for the boss. So by holding everything for the boss, you're basically electing to lose half of your cooldowns. Like, you're choosing to just out the window. Which is, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. There are always, like, some exceptions in that... I actually don't know where we should finish here. I just wanted to go to the Crystarium. But, using your cooldowns as you have them is typically optimal. There are some exceptions, possibly. Like, for instance, if your cooldowns come back at the end of a pull, that can happen. Then, like, it might be better to hold them for the next pull. Things like that. But using your cooldowns when you get them is optimal. There's also the additional detail that in most dungeons, the actually dangerous, quote-unquote dangerous part of the dungeon are the AoE pulls. The bosses are not the hard part usually. Like, the things that can actually wipe you is letting the mobs just wail on the tank for too long. The bosses, like, them taking 20 seconds longer is not a big deal. The trash packs taking 20 seconds longer, hypothetically, would be a problem. By comparison. So when you hold your cooldowns... Can we actually reach the mean by going up here? I don't know. Let's explore a bit. The greenhouse by the library. Sure. That would be down there then, right? But yeah, like, usually the argument for holding your cooldowns for the bosses is, oh, I'll hold them for the hard part. But most of the time, the hard part are the AoE pulls, not the bosses. The bosses are the ones where you actually have all the time in the world, because nearly all of them don't have a DPS check, and if they have a DPS check, a light party can beat that DPS check without their burst. Stingers is that one stupid mob at the end of the first pull in Alexandria is my nemesis because it's hard to convince myself to use my 2 minute on it when it's the last mob. I usually also hold my cooldowns on that. I usually do that too. Sometimes I'll use things if I determine that that I can actually get full value out of it. It kind of depends on the job. Like with Black Mage, I might like send whatever I have just because like it's Black Mage. My rotation isn't like that strict on the 2 minute burst. Oh, it says, have you noticed that the trend with most perhaps inexperienced or greedy DPS is that they will save it all for bosses that can be top DPS just for show? No, I have not noticed that. I usually notice that they use their cooldowns weirdly by seeing in the first pull that they didn't use a cooldown that they should be using. I don't, and then I'll, like, typically I'll see that they also didn't use the cooldown or they didn't use it smartly on the boss. So, like, basically, what I'm getting at here is that as far as I've seen, people that do this typically are not going to top the meter anyway. Because they're going to be using, like, when they finally do click their cooldowns, they're going to do them badly. So I have not noticed that. I also do not have a DPS meter. And also that's silly. If you had a DPS meter, you would, like, rank higher on the damage done by dropping everything on AoE rather than single target, because it's all damage. By the way, Raging Bull, that is a long time on a black screen. You know, Stinger, the really funny part about that elephant at the end of the first part of Alexandria is that, in my experience, with most groups, if everyone presses their 2-minute burst when it comes up on the elephant, then no one is going to get maximum value out of their burst, because it's just going to, like, implode on itself. Which means that I'm actually more likely to, if I see someone else use their cooldowns, I'll hold mine. Like, well, you go ahead, you do it. We don't both need to do it. You go ahead. It's fine. It's fine. I'll hold mine for the boss. Extra annoying if it's like a job with raid buffs. Like, fantastic. Now our cooldowns are misaligned, and we killed the elephant faster. But that is exactly what I mean with exceptions, that sometimes you do want to hold your cooldowns, but roughly speaking, you do not hold them for the boss without a good reason. You do not hold your cooldowns for the boss without a good reason. Yeah, hour 15 minutes or so for that run. I'm pretty sure the longest trek we've done was like 2 hours and 10 minutes, and it did indeed involve churning mists. So yeah, like that. This was a pretty long run, a pretty long walk, I should say. And it was only about an hour and a bit. Now, before we get to the clips thing, there's one thing that I would like to propose that we do first. So I mentioned this frustration in the Discord earlier today. I wanted to test something. And to test that, I basically need to do Seed of Sacrifice. Normal. I queued for it for 30 minutes yesterday. No dice. I queued for it for 75 minutes today. No dice. So my question is, are we even 8 here? We're exactly 8. No, I'm not going to crash you again, Cat. It's not a bug that I'm going to test. It's something to do with Machinist and Pyretic and Deep Freeze. It's for Mythbusters. So, if you're up for joining me, can you step over to me so that I'm not grabbing anyone who's not actually interested? Can you invuln Little Bits LB4? No, you cannot. If Shaco doesn't want to come, then I am one person short. But the alternative way that I could have done it is if I could get, like... And we're going to go into Seed of Sacrifice normal. Just a completely normal run. I just need to be Machinist. I'll say, Mr. Bright. Hope you're doing well. So, just to give a little overview of what's happening, is... The Mythbuster question is, does Flamethrower count as doing something? You possibly know what I mean by that. Basically, Pyretic deals damage to you every time you quote-unquote do something. But if Flamethrower doesn't count as doing something, then you can technically, like, just park yourself in range and just Flamethrower him for 3 seconds while Pyretic goes, and you don't get punished, and you're still doing damage. Deep Freeze, on the other hand, punishes you if you're not doing something when it lands. I've already tested this with Acceleration Bomb and with Snowdrift from Snowcloak, which is technically Deep Freeze, but the question relied on Pyretic and Deep Freeze specifically, and Pyretic would be the ultimate way to test it, because, like, Acceleration Bomb and Snowdrift and such punishes you if you're not doing something in the exact moment, or rather, if you're doing something or if you're not doing something in the exact moment when they are resolving. Which means that if Flamethrower counts as doing something like for a 10th of a second every second, then you could still miss. Just in 100 tests, you could miss every time. But with Pyretic, it hits you every time you do something. So if Flamethrower counts as doing something, you'll get hit 3 times. If it doesn't count as doing something, then this is going to be a little boring. But that's the test, which basically means that we're basically going to be doing Seed of Sacrifice normally. Just straight, synced. And when he does the Pyretic or Deep Freeze thing, I will cast Flamethrower. And I might straight up just die. Like, I might, like, if Deep Freeze hurts like crazy if you goof it up. Pyretic, if you do something every second, ooh, that's gonna hurt. That's smart. And it's also going to be OCE connection, so... Oh, right, it's not a raid, it's a trial. So we're going to find this a little harder. But that's basically what's gonna happen. And my damage is also going to suck, because I'm gonna be Machinist on 300 MS. Is it bad if I'm hoping it does kill you? No. If Pyretic kills me, then that gives me information. If it does not kill me, it gives me information. One of them should hit me. Based on the evidence I've already collected, the thing that will hit me will be Deep Freeze. Mr. Bright says, how do I check my ping on console? I don't think you can. But what you can do is, if you have a PC, you can ping the data center you're playing out on from the same location, and that should give you an idea. Most of the fight is pretty intuitive. The only thing you need to worry about is the tank LB after the intermission.
This battle shall be our
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh yeah, we need to be healed fully. The tanks are going to die, I think. Oh, we made it. Time for the test to somehow take an hour? No, it won't. It's just this one pull. Oh, fantastic! Oh, that didn't do anything. I didn't actually know he did that in phase 1. I was sure he didn't. That's awkward. That's awkward. I thought I'd have to. I actually thought I did. As you can tell, I didn't even try alone. I assumed it wouldn't work. Apparently, we have the pyretic data. Now I just need to wait a minute.
darkness must be destroyed.
Now the only thing missing is that he then doesn't do the deep freeze thing for the rest of the fight. But tell you what, if he doesn't, then at least now I know that I can just do it alone. Oh. Hey, Scuba Murph. Hope you're doing well. Based on what I know about how the latency works with animation locks, I should, like, if I'm double weaving during regular GCDs, I should clip it by like 1/4 of a second or so, something like that. Yeah, we're testing something with flamethrower. It's for Mythbusters. I ended up spending like nearly 2 hours trying to queue for it to do it on my own. We're testing whether flamethrower counts as doing something for deep freeze and pyretic. So far, turns out doesn't count as doing something for flamethrower. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. And hey, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. But now we just need him to use Blizzard one more time. And if he doesn't, then I'll just do it on my own later.
It cannot be.
And if he does, fantastic. Now we know that the flamethrower moves on its own, not us swinging it. Yeah, I'm not doing anything. No, I'm not doing anything. That is the weirdest optimization you could do. Machinist can flamethrower while you're not allowed to do something. T-opti? Isn't there something in Epic of Alexander where you're not allowed to do anything?
Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory.
It's stillness. This should work. Flamethrower should work. But based on what I can see here, at least, it should work. Also, you'll be doing well. Salvation. Mod check tank LB.
You still stand. Then
oh, it's coming! Well, it's coming in a cinema near you. Coming soon. So I just need to remember to just use flamethrower when he finally does that. Yeah, the application of Pyretic did some damage, Zav. That is what I took damage from.
Darkness must be destroyed.
Eh? That's amazing. I don't think it did damage because the buff of me maintaining flamethrower was already gone. That looked really funny. Right. I got what I needed.
My soul knows no surrender.
No surrender.
Hope, grant me strength.
Yeah, pretty much, silly. Whatever happens, we've already won. We've already done what we needed. Meteor. Man, I've played Black Mage way too much. Every time I'm playing a different job and I look up at the debuff list on the boss, if I don't have a dot, I'll be like, I forgot something. I forgot something. There's something wrong. Yep, it works.
Be gone, spawn of shadow.
Yeah, we have found Opti. We must now use it. Hey, my Jeep. Hope you're doing well.
No, not yet.
I've heard some suggest that. What's up, dude? There's also some that might do it just because, like, it's a 3-sign Mudra. It must be better, or a 3-sign ninjutsu. It must be better than a 2-sign, right? Right? The damage I took there was because it actually counted me casting flamethrower because I was late on it because of the cooldown. Thank you for helping with testing that. Also, I think I forgot, but I hope you're doing well as well, Bondi. I think I did see you earlier, but I think I forgot to say hello. Yeah, the Black Mage Brainworm. I think it's also partly because I have a tendency to sometimes forget Thunder on Black Mage, but the moment I see it, I'm like, oh no, how long has it been? I tapped out for a moment. How long has it been gone? What do I do now? Hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. Sounds like you're not. Keep up the leg with 8 Vuln stacks. Oh boy. Now, I will be right back, and then we have some clips. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Oh yeah, something that OO mentioned was something about them seeing in duties that like the DPS in their group seemed like they would hold their cooldowns to then like let it rip on bosses so that they could be highest on damage, because like you'd be able to see that by them being second on enmity. However, there's many different reasons that people come up with for why they do that. Some people think that they need to hold their cooldowns to the bosses because that's actually the hard part. You'll usually see that they might not even use their small cooldowns on mobs. Like, they'll only use things beyond, like, a filler combo on regular mobs. Some hold their cooldowns for, like, the epic finish. Just the other day, I did, like, mental roulette stuff. On a freed hard, I reviewed the footage. I noticed that the Astrologian was using their cards. Like, I got a damage card. I was a melee DPS, I got a melee card. But they used divination in the very final moments of the fight. The fight in total was like 2.5 minutes, I think, because it's a freed hard, right? But if they had used divination in the opener, they would have been able to use divination again at the time they actually chose to do it. But they held it to use it for the grand finale as we're finishing up the boss. And some people think like that. In a way, there is a logical explanation of like, all right, guys, give him hell. Like, if the fight is 2 minutes long, hypothetically, then you only get one divination anyway, so make it count, right? But if the fight is 2 minutes long, then the best time to use it is either in the opener itself, most of the time at that level range, or once the boss stops leaving. Like, Titan, for instance. Titan Hard is like you get, well, Titan Normal at least is like 2 minutes long. Like, you get one of your 2 minute cooldown, so make it count. But if you get more than 2 minutes, then you shouldn't hold it. And some people don't think that far. There is often a logical explanation as to why they do the things, and it's not always, I want to do the big damage. It's actually like, consider it, like the players that press their damage buff before pulling are thinking, I should set up my damage buff so it's running for everyone's, like, lead with the good damage. They're not, like, it's not because they're stupid or something like that, or because they don't care. It's actually because they care that they make, quote-unquote, these kinds of mistakes. It's just that it's well-meaning, but it's not the right move. And it's easy, if you know the answer, it's very obvious. If you don't know the answer, then the moment you explain the right answer, it might be obvious. Alternatively, if you've done the wrong thing for too long, your brain might kick in the brakes like, no, wait just a minute here. If you're right and I'm wrong, then I've been playing this game wrong for like a year. And we can't have that, so you have to be wrong. Easy solution, mic drop. You're wrong. I'll keep doing what I do. And some people react like that. Which is also the reason why the higher level someone is, the less likely I am to suggest advice unless they seem nice. Because they tend to have that reaction of, no, if I'm wrong, then I've been playing wrong for too long, and I can't accept that. I'm just not going to. Bob says, I once had a bard save everything, including the songs of the boss only. Exactly. Precisely. Indeed. Like, at that point... At that point, there is there is an explanation, but like they could have cycled those songs and got something, but they instead chose nothing. And yeah, exactly, Freezy. You mainly remember the bad ones. And see, the thing is, when I do it, it's just more that the neutral people, I imagine they have a chance. They'll figure it out on their own eventually. The positive people, like, they'll make themselves known and I'll help them. The negative people, I avoid by not approaching the neutral people. What's up, dude? Says, I do wonder how accurate the enmity list is for DPS measuring anyways. Usually the only time I'll look at someone wrong for their performance if they are a DPS who's below the healers in enmity. It's not perfect. A healer that is over-spamming AoE healing can be high on enmity by virtue of over-spamming healing, because party-wide healing actually generates a pretty large amount of enmity relative to a DPS attacking a lot, especially in lower levels. I have seen a white mage basically spamming Medica 2 like their life depended on it in like Shiva Extreme, be like 4th on enmity. Out of 8, remember. And also that, Mashi, if someone dies, then their enmity is completely out of the question. You don't know. Healing doesn't generate a huge amount of aggro. It's a little complicated. Basically, healing enmity is cut in half. At like out the box, it's cut in half. And then it depends on how many targets there are. But it is definitely like fantastic at crit. That was not what I wanted. Eight times that. So like that's like up like near like around 100,000, and then you divide it by 2 is 50,000 enmity. Meanwhile, the black mage cast Fire 4 and did like 50-60,000 damage. That's straight 50-60,000 enmity. And the healing over time from Medica 3 doesn't do anything, because regions don't generate enmity as of some point in Endwalker. So it depends on how you do it and how much AoE healing you do. Like, consider that this S-Eyes, that's like 100,000 enmity. Plus the damage, also doing some enmity. So it depends on how much. But yeah, indeed, healer enmity is a little weird because of that. And some jobs that do a surprising amount of like random healing might also be slightly off. But it is not the worst estimate of who's at the top of the damage. Like, if you see a DPS just behind the tanks, like that they're third, they're probably the one doing the most damage. Also, hey, Skunk Witch, hope you're doing well. I'm going to assume that you've done dungeons before. My advice is remember to dot all the mobs. If you're running anyway, remember that arrow does damage up front, so you can like just spread it repeatedly to do some damage. Try to pay attention to how much damage the tank is actually taking. Sometimes you can, like, if the tank is actually well geared and synced down, you can wait until you can heal, like, you can, like, deploy a whole Cure 1 into them before you need to do anything. Like, let's say they have 800 HP and your Cure heals for 300. You might be able to wait until they have 400 HP before you need to do anything. And you might not even need to do anything. Like, by that point, the pack might be dead. Like, think about, like, how quickly the tank is dying before you, like, throw all your resources at healing them. Or your time at healing them. And that can happen sometimes, Mr. Bright. Something that is worth keeping in mind is also that on AoE, healers actually have pretty respectable damage already. And if you're doing casual content, anything's possible. Like, you could straight up just have a garbage team. It could be the healer has Savage Gear and the rest of the team does not. White mages actually generate a surprising amount of enmity in the opener. No, she says maybe it's just a me thing, but I don't get why people are so afraid of being wrong. It's because the brain is a problem solver. The brain is a problem solver. Someone tells you that what you know is wrong. The problem your brain is presented with depends a little bit on how you think. But at that moment, you might feel embarrassment over being wrong. And if that's the case, how do you solve that? The solution is to not be wrong. Right? That's how you fix that. By just not being wrong. And the brain solves that by just going, well, the easiest way to solve that is to make it so that that you're not wrong. The other person is wrong. Boom. That easy. Alternatively, you might look at it as a problem of learning. And if you do that, then, well, your brain might not cast aside the new information you've learned. It kind of depends on how you think. But broadly speaking, the brain is a problem solver. It looks to solve the problem that you have presented or been presented with. It's not meant to like, it doesn't just do thing good. Like, exactly, the brain is there to protect you. It's a weird kind of modern fight or flight response. Is what it is. And it depends on the person. How they take that. Also, hey, Ingel, hope you're doing well. Now, we have some clips. I have a clip from Z, and I have a clip from Shaq, 2 clips from Zav, and 1 clip from Ham. I think Ham said that they'd be back later. I think Shaq's here. I think Zav's here. In the meantime of that, just a quick reminder, or reminder question mark, a quick note that I guess I should remind myself to mention is if you are enjoying this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it. That, like, while it's live, I suppose it would tell the algorithm that this was enjoyable. This is an enjoyable stream. We'd like other people to like check in too. So thank you so much in advance. I also don't really mind being told that I'm wrong, Mashi, but consider this. Check this out. If someone tells me a fact about a job that makes no difference to me whether it's true or not. Like, for me, it's just, okay, maybe I'll use it in the video. Then I'll basically just say, okay, maybe I'll help them figure out what the correct answer is, like the most correct answer is. And then we'll go from there. If, on the other hand, someone brings to my attention a fact that means that a video I put out, especially one that I put out recently, or maybe a video that I have, like, already made, but it's not released yet, like something like that is wrong, then you'll see that I will almost immediately, like, put in the brakes, like, hey, wait a minute now. Is that true? Are you sure? Like, because it has a direct impact on me and what I'm saying, like, it basically makes me wrong if that's true, then even if I'm aware that this is a problem, or could be a problem that I should be aware of, even though I know it, I will still be like, are you sure? Because it's a lot better, it's a lot easier for me if they're wrong, right? Like, it's way easier if they're wrong. And yet, the same thing for me, Melissa. The thing is, I might do this, like, I might have this reaction of like, no, they have to be wrong because otherwise I'm wrong. But I would still rather like to know the correct answer. Right? Like, I would still prefer to know what the right answer is so that I don't make that mistake again. But it is that standard. It is that problem that then leads to people, like, pumping the brakes and being like, hey, no, wait a minute. I can't be wrong. Because that would be a problem for me. That's inconvenient for me. I don't want that. You have to be the one that's wrong. Because it's easier that way. Jose Rumble and Vivi, hope you're doing well. Mr. Bright says, I just got done with your what if one party member is good and I was that competent player. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know, something that I found quite funny is that, so I have a video of what if your entire party sucked, and I also have a video of what if only one player in your party sucked. And in those for those videos, there were, like, the comments ranged from, especially on the if your entire party sucked, a lot of comments were like, well, you were dodging mechanics correctly. And a lot of comments were also like, so your average party? So I'm like, are you also a bad player? Some would say yes. Some of them had the self-irony to go, this is my average duty finder experience, including me. What's up, dude? Says, whenever you're the lone competent player, just imagine your Caetsu editing funny sound effects anytime they die. That's pretty good. That's a good idea. Let's see, sounds as being able to change your viewpoint is hard but a valuable skill, although there's a need for critical thinking in both ways. You need evidence to change views. Yes, although you might both be half right and someone presents it to you as wrong and their own point of view as half right, as also half right. So finding the middle ground is also not easy. Indeed. Vivi says, I'm still salty though when I told the streamer my frustration of having my spread low overwritten by a sage and they just said, no, that doesn't happen, it's not a thing in the game, whilst I had proof. Not only do you have proof, Vivi, but I have at least one, if not 2 or 3 videos that demonstrate exactly that fact. It's insanely easy to demonstrate. Like, as a matter of fact, Raging Bull, are you here right now? Can you give me a Yevcratian prognosis? Ah, man. Ah, it's okay, guys. It's okay, guys. I've got it. I'll do a deployment tactics. It's okay. Can you give me another Yevcratian prognosis? Oh. Oh, man. There you go, baby. Live demonstration. Like, that's how easy it is to disprove the suggestion that it doesn't happen. Like, that's how easy to prove that they overread each other. Cat says everyone sucks but you, or as I like to call it, trust. Say Stephen Perrin, hope you're doing well. What do you mean by that, Raging Bull? I appreciate the help. It was just that you were already set as sage, so it was perfectly convenient. You could potentially stack catalyze and differential diagnosis? I guess you could. Can you? Can you? What happens if you have already the crit shield? And then you get an Adlo crit shield? If we can get a Yevcratian diagnosis crit shield on someone, then I can test at like laying my crit shield on top. by the way, this is an additional demonstration. Did you know that Yevcration diagnosis is immune to being overridden by anything except a bigger Yevcration diagnosis? Did you know that? Exactly, because Toxicon, but then again, Sally, did you know also that Yevcration prognosis on the Sage itself does not have that same safety measure? That one isn't safe, but that also gives you Adder Stings if it breaks. What's with that? Anyway. That might also be harder to program. I don't know. A key thing to consider is that originally Yevcration prognosis did not give Adder Stings. Like, initially didn't give you one. So maybe they forgot? And I'm relatively certain that they have the technology because, well, we have this. They're identical. I'm assuming that this cooldown reduction only happens if it's if the shield on yourself that breaks. But it's actually pretty vague. Based on the tooltip itself, it should suggest that all 8 shields need to break, which also, by the way, is pretty specific. Anyway, we have clips. We have clips. Is it only if all 8 shields break, Freezy? No, Freezy, I'm asking, have you tested? Have you seen what happens if only your own shield breaks? Does it not reduce then? I'm specifically saying, have you tested? An anecdote of I'm pretty sure is you just say no, and it's okay. But if you've tested it and know for a fact that it has to be all of them, then I'll trust you if you're sure. But if you haven't tested and you're not sure, then you just say no. Fine. That might be worth testing, actually. Maybe I should write that one down. I'll write that one down. I've written it down for testing. To your question, folks, I think the problem there is I'm pretty sure in a lot of MMOs you can, emphasis, can reach endgame or postgame without needing to play with other players even once. In Final Fantasy XIV, that is not possible. You straight up cannot reach the end of the MSQ without playing with other players. Even if you maximize your ability to avoid other players by buying a story skip, so you start at level 90, like all of the dungeons have duty support. The first trial has duty support, but the second and third trial do not have duty support. I'm pretty sure the fourth trial doesn't either, but just one mandatory party content is, as far as I know, more than... Does the second one have it? Is it only the third one that doesn't have it? Maybe I remembered wrong. Let me check. Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. The third trial doesn't have it. Still right, though. And yeah, exactly, Mr. Bryant. Not only is King Mugglemog the first mandatory trial, it's the first mandatory trial without duty support. But if you buy a level, like a story skip, then you start at the start of Dawntrail, which means that you need a party of players for the third trial. But as far as I know, most other MMOs, like, you can reach the end game alone. Like, I'm just saying, I have, at least from Path of Fire days of Guild Wars 2, I have all professions, as they're called there, at max level, and I played them a little bit at max level, and like I had access to like basically max level content, and I've never done like like aside from like one fractal, I think I've never done dungeons or anything in Guild Wars 2 ever. I basically never played like actively with other players until max level. It would be wild to load into Trial 3 with someone who has never played with another player in 14. Yeah, right? And that would be possible with a level, with a story skip. Now, in regards to clips, we have, again, once again, we have Ham, Zaf, and Shaq. And then we have something from Z, Z-E-E. I don't know if they're in the live chat. I don't know if they're named something else on the Discord. But if you are here, do let me know that you're here. And Shaq is here. Those 2 dungeons took some getting used to. Yeah, I could imagine. The one dungeon I did was also crazy weird. I think actually I did 2, but the thing that was weird about it was that I ran it with 2 friends, which meant we didn't have a full team, and we basically started anyway, which made it really chaotic. But they carried pretty hard, which was really awkward. For me, I was trying my best. And just to be clear, Raging Bull, I usually grab the I grab the clips at the start of a stream. So like your clip will have to be next time. From what I can see here, we have double Yans, and then we have 2 different things. So how about we do a Zav clip, and then a Yan clip, and then a Zav clip, and then a Yan clip. And we have here, we have the second coil, turn 1 Savage, minimum item level, no echo from Zav. Is it blind as well? I can't remember. I think you've done it before, haven't you? Or was this your first time? And yeah, there is something funny about that, Vivi, because there is a point in Endwalker where the story takes a turn, quote unquote, that basically implies that you already did coils. Like, as far as the story is concerned, that has already been done. It's a little weird that they haven't made it mandatory, considering that. I will say it's such a random aside that basically if you haven't done it, most people wouldn't notice. It would just be like, oh, that's weird. Jose Symmetricon, hope you're doing well. So, let's look forward to when I get disconnected now that I've turned the music off. It's the classic. We have level 50 ninja. Good thing you don't have to maintain Huton anymore. Is there a specific reason why you held your damage for so long? I can understand that our Realm Reborn raids have a tendency to have HP thresholds. Was that a thing there? You got honey glazed. With 8 bursts until after the blighted bouquet. Acceleration bomb. Ah! No marker acceleration bomb. I've never done any of Coils of Bahamut synced. Oh. You got Ed. Hold damage because the honey player needs to get eaten? Ah. You know, Freezy, there is something about that. The boss opens with a mechanic that kills you if you're doing something. Ah, maybe we should try something else. Ah, I have an idea. Maybe we should try something else. And then at some point, someone goes, guys, I have an idea. What if we didn't do anything? What if we used Flamethrower? Oh, wait, it's level 70. Ah, man. I tell you that this is going to be an amazing meme on the channel. Flamethrower is equivalent to not doing something. No, I'm not doing anything. Just blasts you with a flamethrower. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Not touching you. I'm not doing anything. And not only that, Vivi, but a lot of the kinds of mechanics that sneak up on you in something like Coils of Bahamut. If a boss had Acceleration Bomb in a Dawntrail duty, it would have a marker for it. Like, that is something that is worth considering, that a lot of bosses have become easier to prog because the design of the bosses have been changed to be, like, more easily readable. I feel like I'm almost certain that this is not the case, but it feels like the past minute or so of the fight has almost felt like a little bit like extended periods of like just chaos flying around Zav's ears and just being like, just focus on the mission, just kill the boss, it'll be fine. And then like you have to do something, but it'll like get back to the boss. Just hopefully it'll work out. As I said, it's like as things are just flying around. Other people will handle it. I'll be okay. Yeah, exactly, gamer. A perfect example is the second boss of Vanguard. That is true. Oh, fantastic. Tanks are dead. You're the tank now, boy. Buddy. Good luck. Oh, I was looking for Shade Shift. I was like, have you used Shade Shift? Tank LB. Huh. I guess. That healer just got blasted. They just got zoomed. Hey Rush Studios, hope you're doing well. We've already talked plenty about midcore on the channel. The healer marker was a stack marker. We decided it was easy to just sacrifice. And now you know why they do 2 stack markers. One on both healers. We can sacrifice one, it'll be fine, right? That was well done, Zav. And yeah, I do agree that the coils raids do seem to have a lot of just like a lot of stuff just happens around the boss. While more modern bosses, it feels like this is not fully true, but largely speaking, like most of the time, it feels like nothing happens unless the boss says that something happens. Like, it could be like a lead up to a sequence of mechanics, but the way it is started is the boss does a cast for 5 seconds, and then the things start happening. Freezy says, we sometimes thought we failed mechanics when Raid Wide was just untelegraphed and did over 80% of HP damage. Oh yeah, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. That is something that can also be difficult, especially if it's something that happens later into the fight. I haven't done very much blind progging, but we did blind prog EX3 on stream. And I recall we randomly like stumbled upon the fact that oh yeah, I guess you can invuln the tank buster and things like that. Colter's readability is good. Yes, but that is like the thing is when the older raids had way worse readability, like way less clearly indicated mechanics and stuff, and then the newer raids have the readability, it sometimes makes the comparison between the two a little bit unfair. Like, if someone goes, yeah, but the old raids were way harder to prog and they took longer, it's like, yeah, but the new ones basically like welcome you at the door and say that's an acceleration bomb. Meanwhile, Rafflesia that we just saw just goes good luck and kills you. And yeah, that sounds about right, Cole. I have heard that the more recent raids in WoW has been better about clearly indicating what an upcoming, like what a mechanic is and what it does. And that supposedly that has made people feel less inclined to rely on these kinds of tools. They still use them, but that's what I've been told. Have we seen new swirlies? I have not, but I have heard that swirlies is the classic mechanic to mess with people in WoW raids. How do we challenge the players? They'll just do the mechanic. I have an idea, guys. What if... same mechanic, but swirlies, crowd just goes wild. Swirlies is basically so, Naomi, in World of Warcraft, at least in the past, when Final Fantasy XIV, if a boss is doing a cone attack, they just draw an orange cone and then go blam. In World of Warcraft, it was usually like dust particles in like vaguely shaped like a cone in front of the boss. So you like weren't entirely sure, but like you're kind of sure. Similarly, circle AoEs were usually like a swirl, like some sort of like tornado swirly on the floor, indicating that something's gonna land here. But again, because it's like a swirly spell effect, it's not entirely clear exactly where it is, like exactly the size of it. And yeah, also that Cole says, during the M6S Thunder phase, the random AoEs from the lightning strikes, and during the lightning strikes, where it's just AoEs here, 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 and here, and then here, and here, and here, and here, that's apparently normal in WoW, all the time. So, like, basically there's a lot of AoEs. But the key is that those kinds of styles where like instead of like just an orange like pizza slice in front of the boss, they have like earth shaking in front of it. It looks more immersive in a way. Like it takes you out of it a little bit less. Like it feels more like in-universe, whereas the orange telegraph is very much like, all right, hold for a second, we pause the story, game mechanic, continue. You know what I mean? But sometimes game mechanic is better than visually pleasing. Play the Northern Lion clip. Dink. I will still say that with Final Fantasy XIV, you can typically, in casual content especially, you can really, like, you can measure the longer it takes for the boss to actually do the thing, the more painful it is. Like, if a boss goes, I'm gonna cleave on the right, 3, 2, 1, kaboom, then it does less damage than if the boss says, I'm gonna cleave on the right, and then, like, takes 10 seconds for it. If it takes that long, then you just die. Because, presumably the developers, like, if you didn't figure it out by then, then you deserve it. Haircut moment. Hey Bits, hope you're doing well. And welcome back, Ham. Oh yeah, we have a... That's funny. One of you either started recording later or stopped recording sooner. Oh, it's different clears. And yeah, that's the thing, is that the orange pizza slices and stuff is something you can justify yourself, but it isn't quite as good as like that. That's the thing, is that... Here's a good example. Orange crystal over your head means what? Orange crystal over your head means what? Incoming boss mechanic. Orange crystal over your head means what? Circle spread. Yes, I will mention it, Zaf. Exactly. Orange crystal means spread. What does blue crystal over your head mean? Also spread. Yeah, exactly. Did you know that the weird T-Rex looking guy with the slimes in Somal originally, so he has blue and orange slimes that he'll grab and throw. Originally, the orange slimes had an orange crystal and the blue slimes had a blue crystal as their marker. But the orange slimes was a stack. So for, like, they basically went, well, it's an orange attack, so orange crystal, right? And the blue slimes, of course, got the blue crystal because it's a blue slime, right? Right? It's actually not that long ago that they changed it. And the difference is that the orange crystal, even though it's a stack marker, is the orange crystal is thematically accurate because it's an orange attack. It's the orange crystal. But it's misleading because it should have a stack marker indicator. Right? Like, it should have a stack marker indicator. Right. Old Final Fantasy 14 design philosophy. Just guess for it. Yeah, pretty much. So we have two different clears, from what I understand, between Shaq and Ham. And this is a Viper POV. We have music. Wow, she sounds different. She sounds very adorable. Oh, Vicewinder is almost... Oh, you saw. I mean, you should probably just send the other Vicewinder, in my opinion. Oh, you did. Yeah, I feel like I can see the JP voice, like I can see it makes sense, but it does feel like the combined experience of her, it feels like maybe a little too cutesy, in my opinion. But hey, fair enough. Now you did have True North for that. I was wondering. Oh, nice. The Vicewinder to fit in the additional True North. Very good. Yeah, I had a feeling it would be, Gazel. I immediately clocked it as baby speech. Yeah. Oh, it's a nice cat. Kind of. Well, that kind of works. This is like, it's just what I was thinking you would do and then you didn't. It's like turbo excessive opti thought is, I imagine that it'll come up later, not why you didn't, but if I saw this, I would probably send both of my Uncoiled Furies while the cat is in range. Like right there you had a chance to send the other one. Just because Uncoiled Fury has good AoE. Like it's good single target, it's good AoE. So it's just, it's free. But I'm going to assume that a little later. Wait a minute. That's fine. That a little later there will be an explanation. Like maybe you send all of your Uncoiled Furies and it actually mattered. Or maybe you just like, you sent one Uncoiled Fury typically. So you weren't like planning to send like everything. Hey, Red Mail. Hope you're doing well. I think you did the wrong starter there, but better you do something than nothing. I'd probably just send an Uncoiled Fury there. Oh boy. The awkwardness there. goofed up the sequence. That sucks. And you're here as well, I would probably, like, again, I'm just, like, the way I'm looking at it is Uncoiled Fury is a solid single target choice, and it does AoE, so, like, if I see multiple enemies next to each other, I'm like, send it. Just Uncoiled Fury out, like, out the door, unless I know I'll need it, which is why I keep mentioning it. Here's the thing, Red Mail, just real quick. If jobs were balanced around how hard they were, you wouldn't want that, because the balance team might not agree with you what is easy and what is hard. It's a terrible idea to balance a game about what jobs are easy or hard if you want all jobs to be valid. There's of course a whole different conversation about whether a specific job should be particularly strong, but like that's not like that's the thing, is that I'm not saying that Viper should be super broken. That's not what I'm saying. Viper literally has 6 buttons to press. They have more than that. They have more. What job do you play, Red Mail? What do you mean? Monk and Black Mage. Oh, Fire 4 spam, huh? That doesn't deserve to be super broken either, does it? Also Black Mage main. And Monk? You're saying that Viper is unfair because they only have 6 buttons. And you're playing Monk. I know Monk also has, like, more buttons than that. But I'm just saying that both Monk and Black Mage isn't that much more than Viper is. It's just that Viper is a little bit more on rails. Like, I'm just saying, it's very easy to get mad at other jobs that is not yours and be like, why can't my job have that power? But, like, Viper has its weaknesses. If it has downtime... then it's not generating resources. Meanwhile, Monk's just sitting there with perfect balance charging. And Black Mage is just sitting there generating polyglots. Like, they have their days in the sun, too. So it's like looking at the particular fight that is basically perfect for Viper and then going, that's unfair. So don't worry too much about it, Red Mail. You'll have your time too. Hey, Faith Grins. Hope you're doing well. What is RSI? How's APP love? Hope you're doing well. Repetitive strain injury. Oh yeah, that would be a problem for Viper. That would be a weakness of Viper, wouldn't it? I think that was pretty good. I will say, looking like it's very easy in retrospect, right? I can see a moment here where you had no coils, but you have a Vice Winder. I will say, I feel like my suggestion that you could probably have sent Uncoiled Furies at least one more during the ad phase was probably true. But that's, again, like looking at the end result and then going, yeah, I was right. It's very easy, right? And the reason why I'm saying that, though, is because you ended on 40 gauge. With a freebie, in the middle of a freebie reawaken, and you have one coil, so that coil could have been spent somewhere, and like you basically, like, the 40 gauge suggests that there's like 12 1-2-3 combos that didn't lead to a 50, like to a reawaken. So you could have used an Uncoiled Fury at no loss, but since you also dipped down to 0, that could have cost somewhere else. Aside from that, I think it worked pretty well. I didn't notice that you sat on 2 Vice Winder stacks at any point, which I believe was something we touched on last clip you sent. That you, so like a bunch of times, sat on like all your Vice Winders. And yeah, Black Mage is deceptively mobile. It's just that they have like they have specific sections where they'd rather not move, so it's easier if they can plan it. But nowadays they're very mobile. Like I would venture that Black Mage has more capacity to move around than a Red Mage and a Pictomancer. Played optimally. In all 3 cases. But when I say that, that doesn't mean that Pictomancer or Red Mage is the howitzer. That just means that Black Mage is more mobile. That's all it means. But I think that was pretty good, Shaq. To save Zav the trouble of coming back to leave again, I think we'll just do the other clip immediately as well, which is Ham's perspective. Not necessarily red mail. If you plan your movement, like your instance, you can walk somewhere as a Black Mage. It's a lot more convenient if someone else can run the distance for you. Not anymore, Brontome. With 7.2, they basically lost that rotation. Although, technically, like, if you, like, at a massive damage loss, you could technically, like, never cast.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Wait, what?
What inspiration will you give me, I
Okay.
wonder?
That looked a little funny. The thing that changed it, Brontome, is that Paradox lost the ability to increase your Umbral Ice and Astral Fire. And that's true, Freezy. That's the thing, is that the only way for me to, like, when I said played optimally, when I mean optimally, I mean, of course, optimal in terms of doing maximum damage. Which has the whole, like, you don't want to use a hammer and all that. So, like, it's deliberately putting Pictomancer in a very, very awkward position when saying that. But that should also give you the indication that Black Mage and Pictomancer and Red Mage are not that different. Like, not that different in mobility. That is funny. I'm pretty sure, like, so this is a different clear, but this is light parties just like the other one, I'm pretty sure.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy. When I think
So I will still say bits that, based on what I've been told, you can play Pictomancer exactly like you did before 7.2. It'll not be as optimal, but it's fine enough. That's of course a lot of the time not good enough. Does do caster players actually want 100% GCD uptime, no compromises casters that just never really fit the caster fantasy in like anything ever to me? I agree. And you know, I think the easiest way to actually force casters to not do that is like step 1, slide casting has to go. That won't fix it like on its own, but that's a starting point. Part of the reason why it's possible for casters to basically cast all the time is because even like any movement, it can, like, if it's just small amounts of movements, they can just slide cast out of the way. And for bigger portions, they just use their instant options, which they save by slide casting the small bits. Like, they like, slide casting won't solve the problem, quote unquote, but it will certainly reduce it, so that they need to like actually sacrifice some attacking. But I have a feeling that we've already reached like some sort of strange breaking point where the players have already decided that that maximum, like, full uptime is the way that Final Fantasy XIV works. So it would take a lot before players would accept that that's no longer the case. Do you think potency should be increased in proportion to mobility uptime reduction? I mean, an effective way to balance jobs being impacted by, like, boss mechanics is by making it so that they're stronger. Let me just rewind that and just pause for a second. The way that you balance a job being heavily impacted by needing to move is by making it do more damage when it doesn't have to move. The only way you make that fair is by repeatedly forcing them to move. Like, people have sometimes pointed out the fact that Black Mage is required to, like, their Stone Sky Sea dummies tend to have a much higher requirement than other jobs. That's, as far as I know, because there is the assumption from the developers that when a boss fight starts, you will not have 100% uptime. So they will adjust the dummy to require that now that you do have the capacity to have 100% uptime, because the dummy is not going to do anything, you should be able to do more damage. So when there is boss mechanics, you will do less damage, but because they tested you hard enough, it should be fine. But that's not quite how it always works out, right? But yeah, that is a good point, Joel. Like, holding your cooldowns just a few seconds to get the AoE when there is some AoE. Although, well, rather, to get it on the mob that actually matters, which is the Yan. I wonder if it would have been... It probably wouldn't. I wonder if it would have been worth to hold a little longer to get the cat as well. Probably not. They also align nicely with the Ray Burst. Oh, good point. Well spotted. And yeah, I agree, Cole. I feel like it would probably be healthy if it was just more normal that you don't get to attack all the time. But I also feel like a lot of jobs have been painted into a corner where it just mega sucks if it doesn't have perfectly full, like 100% uptime. Like, this whole thing with perfectly aligning everything for the 2-minute burst and all that has sort of like locked this in. Sure, it can just be a sucks to suck skill issue angle, or that's just too bad. But I also feel like a better solution would be to try and design the jobs to be a little bit more flexible, so it doesn't suck to deal with that. Like, make it a normal thing that you don't just get full uptime all the time. But then also at the same time... Oh, that is scary. But then also at the same time, like, make more periods where you don't get to attack all the time, and then make it not suck that much. And you might say it always sucks, but I'm just saying, I don't feel like that was ever a problem when I was playing WoW. Like, sometimes you just didn't attack, and then you just didn't. And it was fine. But cooldowns didn't align so perfectly that it would be a problem. So I have a feeling that there might be a correlation there. A particularly interesting part of seeing Ham's perspective on this is that it gives a little bit of insight into how much damage he's taking. Right, Nomi, enjoy your evening. Like, it gives a little bit of more perspective, because all I see, like, if you see the streams, I sometimes announce that Ham is dying. Me, the Black Mage, says that Ham is dying. Because all I see is Ham is near death. I didn't, like, pay so close attention that I can see that, oh, Ham actually loses 20% of his HP on each hit, or something. And yeah, exactly, Bits. Some jobs generate exactly the resources they need for their 2-minute burst in 2 minutes. Some jobs have every cooldown line up perfectly. It's like they need to use them on time, otherwise they won't line up for the 2-minute. Like, yes, you don't it doesn't have to be that perfect, but that's also the difference between, like, it's not, I'm not saying, well, you can't do it if it's not perfect. I'm saying it sucks when it's not perfect. Like, by design, when you don't get to be perfect, it's like the game, like, both goes, you have to sit in the dusty corner. By the way, someone peed there. Like, first, like, it's like you have to sit over in the corner, you're like, okay then, and then, oh, by the way, someone peed there. It's like, oh man, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's fine, and then they made it suck even more when it didn't need to. I know, Bits. I know you were agreeing with me. I was exactly, like, also adding on to that. And yeah, I'm not sure how much, like, I'm guessing Ham knows exactly how much damage they hit by. I could probably go back and check. But it varies a lot because I might not be looking at what cooldowns Ham has running. I want to draw attention to the auto damage during the entire lightning stuff. Let's start here. 60k. 45k because it was blocked. 57k, you're 2 hits from death. The raid wipe plus the 2 Yans hit at the same time for like 60% of a tank's HP. Fun. I have personally, through like a lot of people's like different advice, I found that that now I use Addle on Sugar Riot in the ad phase at some point after the associated cat uses like craves violence. And the reason why I do it at some point is because I have actually used Addle on Sugar Riot exactly when Crave Violence started casting. And I believe Addle had like less than 1 second left when Sugar Riot actually sent the raid wipe. I was like, that's a little scary. That's a little too close. Whee! Boink.
The challenger's down.
Uh-oh. Line the wall.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
I will say, Cole, we have multiple times done the clear without needing it. But it is nice to have it as an out when things go wrong. I don't have no trust, I just send it. Fair enough. You don't know if you can trust your party finder. You don't know them. But that is also interesting. Who knows, maybe I'll check this again. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. And just met him is nice enough to announce that you need it. Oh yeah, because he goes, the challenge is down! And then you just break the glass, hit the button. But yeah, I could see, like, the thing is, I believe from Cole's perspective, is that just because everyone's alive doesn't mean everyone's going to take a tower. Right? Like, I'm imagining that that's the problem. Just because everyone's alive, like, who knows, maybe someone forgot to bait their lightning and then they go splat, or maybe 2 players decided to try and take the same tower and they can't just agree on it. I believe on the yesterday's reclear, when we were sent to the big island, me and Naomi, we landed there and I leaned a little bit towards the tower closer to the raid. And then I think Naomi did the same thing. And then I leaned over to the one further away from the raid. So I was like, oh, well, I'll take this one then. And then I said in voice, I said body language. Because we were both leaning towards the closer one. But technically, I'm pretty sure Naomi has been instructed that the healer should aim for the more central ones. So I just leaned towards that one because it didn't matter to me. But yeah, the key is you both need to take one. Met him as Meteon. Maybe that's what's gonna happen. We finally clear the raid tier, and then he just goes, "Yaha!" And then it's just like a little blue bird. Just takes off the costume and it's just a bird. You thought it was me, madam, but actually it was me. Beep. My favorite quote from Medem that I have a feeling that they added that for the second raid tier, because I don't think he's ever said it in the first raid tier, when he says, "They dodged everything, how am I not surprised?" That's my favorite. Getting flamed for dying is so peak. I mean, I think we need a commentator for more content. Like when we finally beat the final raid tier, we'll be like, hey madam, do you want a job? I understand that your current occupation might have a little bit of a downturn. Do you want like a side gig? And like every time we have to fight a like a raid boss or a trial, Medem is in there. Hey Costa, hope you're doing well. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he didn't, Costa, but maybe you're right. Oh no! Tina Lee is disconnecting! Also, did I can't remember. Did I say hey to Nox earlier? I'm pretty sure Nox has been here all evening. Hope you're doing well, in case I forgot. Yeah, finally, we have a minimum item level, no echo, blind clear for P6S, also by Zaf. Spooky. I missed a little bit on my cup when I was pouring it earlier. So when I was trying to pour again, it just started sliding because of the little puddle under it. It'll dry eventually, but it was pretty funny. I'm like, Scholar! Look, a black mage! They have paradox. Knit your stock forth. A fun thing that I learned, or rather a fun thing about this raid tier in particular, is the sheer amount of dots that they spread out. Led to a lot of players that never had to learn this before, learning that dot snapshot. Also the dots from enemies. The most classic example of this was Proto-Kabi. Where tanks sometimes would just go, I'll just use Inmoln for it. And then they, like, the healers just have to spam. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know this is basically a completely different mechanic, but that reminded me a little bit of the Arcade Night Fever. Just where you're told the order from start to finish beforehand. But a particularly funny one that made me remember that detail about the dot snapshotting so well is exactly because I believe I had a Mythbuster video where I explained how dot snapshotting worked and also explained that it applied to enemies as well. And some people suggested, and I'm not making this up, some people suggested that specifically Hegemony, this boss, this dots on her tank busters worked on black magic and didn't snapshot. And the thing that made it particularly funny is that when they got annoyed with me disagreeing with them, they sent a log showing that the damage didn't change. It was just that the damage that was logged was lower when Holmgang led to their survival. It's like the damage was fluctuating because like if you go from half to 0 to 1 HP with Holmgang, then it'll usually show that you took the damage from half to 0 to 1. But if you take all the damage, then it'll be a different number, even with defensive cooldowns. So it's like, black magic. You have FF logs. You can read why it's different. So yeah, once again, if you sometimes feel like some of the myths that I'm quote-unquote disproving or checking in my videos are a little pedantic or a little ridiculous, like how could anyone think that's wrong, then remember that sometimes they would rather claim that something works a specific way by black magic than accepting the truth. Which is really funny. Black magic is crazy, yeah. If 14 players could read, they'd be very upset right now. You know, something that I'm a little bit... Wait, what? Oh. I was like, surely that plus is a bad thing, but then they swapped, and then I realized what the problem was. You know, in Heart of Corundum gave Brutal Shell like a week ago. You know what's even funny about that? Heart of Stone already did that in Shadowbringers. It has never not done that. Although in fairness, I'm pretty sure in my guide I might have offhandedly mentioned that it does that and been like, but you shouldn't plan around that. You shouldn't plan around that. Dual predation. So what I was actually going at was that what I sometimes wonder when I see like a blind clear like this is I wonder how different the blind clear is from like the general strat, like the strat that people ended up using. Pretty typical so far. Fair enough. I remember specifically from EX3 that we had a few mechanics where we basically managed to find our way to exactly what Party Finder did. Which is pretty funny. Oh boy. And yet, true, Zav, a lot of the time, once you've like gotten some raiding chops, the reason why a lot of mechanics are communicated by referring to old mechanics. Oh no, your bio! Your dot has run out! Oh no! Oh no! I was down for like 10 seconds. What are we gonna do? Your pass is off. Oh no. But once you know, exactly, once you start to know the strategies for specific mechanics, that is why you sometimes see people, often see people communicate by referring to previous mechanics. It's just like, well, this mechanic is that mechanic, so we do that. Like, I'm just saying that limit cut mechanic, as you called it, much earlier in the fight, I'm pretty sure if we went and, like, in our static and did this fight blind, hypothetically, we would probably have looked at that and gone, oh, like, a little bit similar to Arcade Night Fever. And maybe do positions similar to that. The difference is that with the information that you know, the order that it is done in, then you can plan and position a lot more smartly. There isn't much you can do, baby. Just check in on your debuffs frequently. And just, like, check in every so often. If you're playing a job that has specific cooldowns that, like, will align with it, then you can do that as well. Like, what job are you playing mostly, baby, where this is a problem? Scholar. Oh boy. Well, you have limit break. You could, yep. Heal LB incoming. Kaboom. Yeah, for Scholar, the main thing you have to work with is, like, Aether Flow, I guess. But that would only remind you every second time. But what you can do, baby, is if you keep a closer eye on your Aether Flow, then it can help you to, if you're applying it around the time where you use Aether Flow in the opener. If you make sure to use Aether Flow close on cooldown, then, like, when it hits around 30, you should be, like, looking to apply your dot again. Things like that. Hey, tally ho! Hope you're doing well. Oh! How long was Kavi gone? Half of these mechanics wouldn't be out of place in critical engagement. I mean, I feel like a lot of Savage mechanics can fit in Alliance raids in a way, or in, for instance, the critical engagement. Part of why that tends to be the case is that because of the sheer quantity of players, they can just, like, give some of the players a bad time. As long as not everyone dies, you can recover. Even in Party Finder was a healer tank LB3 mechanic. I do find it a little funny that like, I think I've mentioned this before, but I do find it funny when people say that using tank LB3 to resolve a mechanic is cheesing it. I can kinda see it, but also, you get what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I could see more that cheesing a mechanic would be like a big raid-wide attack that just wipes you, but the way that you avoid it is that you have a healer dead, you raise them, and they respawn just in time to dodge it, and then they use healer LB. That is cheesing it. Tank LB to reduce the damage. Isn't that just, like, that's just like, responding to the mechanic, right? Like, at least that's how I see it. Like, it just feels like if that's cheating, then using tank LB3 is cheating. It sounds a little bit like if stacking health in a Souls-like is cheating, right? I don't know. Is that cheating? Oh man, you reduce the amount of damage the boss does. Raging Bull says, I think there are valid mechanics that a tank LB3 isn't really cheesing, like P10S, Harrowing Hell, or M4S Phase 2 start. Two things to that. The first one is that I have legitimately heard people refer to using tank LB on the M4S Phase 2 start as cheesing it. The second thing is that I feel like if tank LB came at no cost, because it costs you the LB, I would probably see that as more cheesy. Vivi says, absolute authority cheese is valid to be called cheese, though, and that wasn't even limit break. That is a good example, yeah. That is a good example. You give up party DPS for laziness? Well, I mean, it depends. If your strategy going into the mechanic is, we're just gonna LB it, then yeah, you're basically going, we'll just sacrifice some damage because we're lazy. If you're going into it with the express intention of doing the mechanic right, and then you don't, and then you use it, then it's more like... I mean, it's like the tank is actually being allowed to protect the party. Byakuya Unreal is a good example. I feel like that one is a better example of tank cheese, yeah. Like, exactly, now that I think about it, I feel like the premeditation of doing it that way is what makes it more cheesy. And yeah, exactly, Shaq. The way we went into M4S is that we assumed that we wouldn't be able to do it. So we just tank LB'd it, and then on one specific attempt, we needed healer LB. So we straight up didn't have tank LB. And then we managed to survive anyway. So we were like, oh. Well, in that case. And then we just used DPS LB instead. Raging Bull says, Byakuya Unreal was so boring, took more time to clear than M4S. Hey, Shaq, Aradel, do you remember, did we actually bother to do Byakuya Unreal before we cleared M4S? Is mommy? Hope you're doing well. Did we actually do Unreal before we did Savage? Or finish the Savage tier? Because I'm pretty sure that we didn't. I'm pretty sure we waited with the Unreal until we actually had cleared Savage. And technically, by that metric, it also took us longer to beat Byakuya Unreal than M4S. You're welcome to, Cat. Doesn't matter how you solve it differently, it's cheese because it's not the intended solution. Is that what determines what something that something is cheese? In that case, we would need to know what the intended solution is. And it would not surprise me in the slightest is if the intended solution for M4S Phase 2 start was Tangleby. Oh, sorry. Shaq, I think we've talked past each other. I meant, like, how long it took us to actually, like, in literal time, to beat the fights. But that is, wild. 11 minutes. But yeah, true, because of the intermission. I was thinking of, like, we did M1S, then M2S, M3S, then M4S, and then we did Byakuya Unreal. Hence, it took us longer to beat Byakuya Unreal, because it took us the time it took to beat M1, 2, 3, 4S, and then also Byakuya, because we did Byakuya last among those 5. So by that logic, it took us longer. And that was what I was thinking of. But that is still ridiculous. 11 minutes. We'll never know because we don't get dev tutorials on fights. Cat says, I have logs from M4S earlier than Byakuya. Well, there you go. Yeah, technically it took us longer to beat Byakuya. December 6th was my first Byakuya log. Did we actually go and do AX3 blind before we even gave Byakuya a chance? Oh man, that would be hilarious. And thank you. Welcome to the Cult of the Pinks, Mommy. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. There are no bunnies though. But thank you. Oh, November 23rd. In that case, would probably... I believe what would have happened, because... I think what would have happened is that the week where we beat M4S, the following week, it took us so long to beat it again that we didn't really get that much time afterwards. And like then it took us a while to actually get to Byakuya, is my guess. Oh, yeah, there it is. 1 week apart. The logic, of course, being that as far as we were concerned, Unreal just gives you, like, cosmetic stuff that we'll get eventually. So it wasn't that important. That's also why we're not doing Suzaku Unreal. And it's a fun fight. But imagine if we spent like 20 minutes or 30 minutes on Suzaku before Savage each week. Then it would take even longer to proc through Savage. And the way I spent, like, I don't know about others in the raid team, but the way I spent those faux hollow currency is that I just go, oh, I can't hold anymore, I should spend some, and then I buy something. Yeah, exactly, Freezy. That's also what I'm assuming it is, which is why I was, like, going down the same path of well, how long did it technically take us before we bothered to do Byakuya? But when someone says it took longer to proc this than that, or to beat this than that, they probably typically think, well, you start proccing the fight, and that's when you start the timer, right? And that also makes sense. Like, that makes sense to me. Like, that is something that is worth considering sometimes when you see, like, older MMOs, especially, or older times in an MMO, where it's like, oh yeah, this particular raid stood undefeated for months. And it's like, yeah, well, the raid was released with the game, or it was released with the expansion, but it required gear from like 1 or 2 other raids preceding it that were also there on release, to even have a chance. So why, like, I'm just saying, imagine if, just for the sake of example, imagine if 8.0, yeah, exactly, Shaq, like Black Temple, for instance. Imagine if 8.0 released, like, when it does, and they just dump all 3 raid tiers and 2 ultimates and like 2 extreme, like, well, actually 4 extreme trials, just boom, all the relic weapon stuff, everything. Like, they basically just, they skip from 8.0 and just go straight to 8.55 and just dump all of it and go, there you go. And then, like, they just add nothing until the next expansion. Like, they just dump the entire expansion to go, good luck. Then, you know, it would take time for people to finally... I suppose the one thing that would, of course, need to be like, fenced in a bit is that maybe they don't release the crafted gear and things like that too quick. Like, some of the easy catch-up gear, like, they'll come in gradually over months, so that, like on the normal scheduling, but if you're a Savage Raider, you can just rush through. You would quickly find out whether the last raid tier was beatable in a mishmash of first and second raid tier drops. But if they did that, and then, like, the last raid tier is like, yeah, it stood for 5 months, and no one could, like, like, the last ultimate, like, the second ultimate that would be there, it's like, yeah, it stood there for, like, 5 months. And it's like, yeah, but people had to beat each raid tier and get to the final raid tier and beat that one and farm gear for it before they actually had the gear to even stand a chance against it. And that took 5 months. Now, if we look at how long it took from people actually standing a chance to beat it, then we might actually be like, yeah, it took like 2 days. If the gear wasn't on a weekly lock, the third raid tier would likely be down within a month. Probably, but that's exactly what I mean, Perrin. That's what I mean, is that with the Black Temple example, all of that loot was on weekly lockouts. People had to, you know, progress and beat the raids beforehand and distribute the loot and get the loot and, like, gear up to even have a chance against something like Black Temple. And that was with a weekly lockout. You just had to deal with it. And, like, heroic dungeons had a daily lockout, if memory serves. So, like, that gear was also, like, blocked off a bit. 8-way splits? Oh yeah, that would be a way to do it, yeah. So yeah, in that case, if you optimize that, maybe, yeah, exactly, it might take 2.5 weeks. By optimizing it, yeah. And even so, I still stand by that. Let's say that it took 2 weeks to gear up to beat that Unreal. Is it then fair to say that that Unreal stood for 2.5 weeks? Or would it be justified to say, I mean, technically, it was only beatable for half a week by anyone? You know what I mean? Like, under that reasoning, I would say it would make more sense to say, yeah, technically it was released 2.5 weeks before it was beaten, but there was only people that were capable of beating it, like actually had the prerequisites to actually have a chance. and then they beat it in 3 days or something, right? So, like, that depends on how you look at it, but that is part of the way that some of those old raids stood so long. And besides, indeed, a lot of those old raids stood longer because these kind of tactics, like 8-way splits, I wonder if that was actually a thing back then. Was TBC 2006? 2007? Was 2006? I think the Giga Pros, their advantage was that they had 25 players that could play the game at 30 FPS or more. Yeah, exactly, Sarahs. Back then, players had worse rigs. They, like, add-ons sucked. Information was less widely distributed. People were worse. Like, again, Final Fantasy XIV released to players where some of them had nearly a decade of World of Warcraft experience already. So if you came from WoW to Final Fantasy XIV, you would, in some ways, be able to teach people things on day one. Where, like, people that have never played an MMO before would be like, oh, this is new, I don't know. And then you see, like, the Warlock main multi-dotting as they run down the way. That was what I did. Arcanist? Oh, I have 2 dots. They do way more damage than my Ruin spell. Dot that, dot that, dot that. And put my pet on that. They put Pan in the poster because data miners spoiled Top's last form. You know, that actually sounds pretty... That is actually the most reasonable argument for why they did that I've heard, Vivi. That they straight up went, well, people are just gonna spoil it anyway, so why make it a secret? Like, someone's gonna find out. We might as well say it first. Boom. And it'll be extra funny because no one's gonna expect us to do that, so they'll be surprised when it actually is the secret. Or was. Or would have been. But I'm just saying, on that note, that if that was actually the reason, we'll never know if it was. But if that actually was the reason, then this would basically be the first step of the ominous suggestion that when was it? Was it in Shadowbringers or Endwalker where Yoshi P was like, well, if you're gonna cheat, then there's no point in making these fights. Then basically going, well, there's nothing to hide, so here you go. Here's the secret special model that we made. Enjoy. You're just gonna data mine it anyway. We know you. You'll do that. Dots probably do more damage, I don't know. They wouldn't exist if they didn't. But yeah, I'm just saying that if that's true, then like that it would be a sign. And see, the thing, we'll never know if that is the reason that that secret form was in the FRU basically poster, or if they just decided to because it was cool. But if it is because they know people just data mine it anyway, then that would kind of be like the first sign of them going, who cares? They're just gonna cheat anyway. And that is, of course, like... Bronson says, people talk often about wanting a dot-based job. I wonder how the community would actually react to one. Here's my take on that, Bronson. I am among the players that would want a dot job. However, I will admit that there's a very real possibility that I would not main it. However, it is an angle, a type of job that we don't really have. And if you say Bard, no, that is not a dot job. Pressing one button every 40 seconds to interact with your dots is not a dot job. Your dots don't do anything, they just do damage. That doesn't really count, in my opinion. And Bondi, just saying for a second, Stormblood's Summoner also didn't count as a dot job. No, clicking a button every 30 seconds or so once isn't a dot job. Nope. You sit down again. Nope. Stormblood Summoner was not a dot job. Heavensward Scholar, okay, fair enough. It had like 3 dots or something, but I'm still saying that just did damage, right? What I'm saying is a dot job has to actually get something from it. I'm saying in Endwalker, Black Mage was the closest we had to a dot job because their dot did something. And didn't do much. But, with that said, to Brontom's question, I am reasonably certain that the vast majority of players don't care for a dot job. A lot of players don't, like, I'm just saying, it's a common myth that dots can't crit. Like, crit tick. Because the dot damage is so hidden away that people don't even realize it. Probably, Bondi. Possibly. Although, arguably, a Realm Reborn Bard might as well, because they had Rivers of Blood. And their dots had shorter duration, so they had to interact with the dot more frequently, and still had a counteraction. I believe I read that in A Realm Reborn, Venomous Bite started on a 9-second duration. And then like a few levels later, it upgraded to 18 seconds or something like that. Freeze Lemon says, what's Ignite? In World of Warcraft, Fire Mage has a mechanic known as Ignite, which is every time they crit something, a percentage of the damage done is applied as a dot to the target. If you crit repeatedly, then each time the dot is reset to, I believe, 5 seconds, and it just accumulates damage and ticks every second for damage relative to how much damage has been accumulated. So, like, you can just keep adding to it. It's particularly funny because it's a mechanic they've had since vanilla. But the reason why a dot job probably wouldn't be particularly interesting is because for a lot of players, it doesn't look that exciting. It's not that amazingly interesting. Like, the damage just kind of happens in the background. The fact that your dot ticks fall in with the background of everyone else's attacks doesn't help either. So it really makes the damage you do with your dots kind of invisible in a way. So a dot job would probably not be very popular. I think a way you could make a dot job interesting to the masses, as it were, is you give the job some dots, possibly ways to boost the dots. And then as like your big button, like the big selling point, is that you can use it to like just like collect up all your dots and then like take all the damage they would have done and then kaboom, and then you see like 800,000 damage or something. I don't know. There you go. And it could be time made, yeah. So like the way you go like whoop, and then like kaboom is that you're storing time, and then like you speed up time so that you instantly move your dots to the some time into the future, and then like the damage explodes. But the key is that the damage has to go kaboom and then say 800,000 on your screen, or whatever damage. It'll probably be 800,000 in the next expansion. Is the dot condense affected by buffs, and can it crit? Yeah, exactly, Perrin, exactly. Wouldn't that be funny? I remember that, Cole, I remember that there was a dungeon in Legion where fire mages had a huge problem. Because there were neutral mobs running around in a boss arena. And other classes could, like, you know, just, specs, could just not use AoE, or they could, like, carefully angle their AoE so it didn't hit them. But fire mages just, you know, cast Fireball, it crits, Ignite activates, and then it spreads. And your only option was either just deal with it if you happen to pull something, or kill it beforehand. And it was a problem because the ads that like you could pull there, they could disorient players, as in crowd control them. Just get a critical directed dot condense under 43%. Yeah, exactly, Perrin, exactly. You just get the giga explosion. But yeah, basically what I'm getting at is that a dot job is a very technical job most of the time. But when it's good, it's not that visible. Hey Lotus, hope you're doing well. Which dot will kick the bucket in 8.0? My number one bet is Thunder. It'll go the Goring Blade route? I don't know. I have a feeling, given how much they've changed Thunder already, that they might not want to remove it. But it could go the Goring Blade route of just being like a cooldown that just hits flat damage. I feel like my money would still be on the Bard dots. Yeah, exactly. It'll probably just become one dot. Balshark, if Balshark goes, I imagine Circle of Scorn goes too. Hybrid. Mr. Bright says, what's wrong with Goring Blade? There's nothing wrong with Goring Blade, but did you know, Mr. Bright, that before the Paladin rework, Goring Blade was an alternative combo finisher to Royal Authority, and it applied a dot that you were supposed to maintain. Doesn't really do that anymore, does it? Now it's basically a 1 minute cooldown. And it just does upfront damage. I will say in regards to Thunderhit that it is still... It really doesn't do much. Like, when you're playing the rotation, it doesn't really matter, but I can say that it comes up enough times that if Thunderhit wasn't a thing, Black Mage would be actually slightly easier. And yeah, haha, I know. But can it be easier? Yes, it can, actually. Black Mage isn't brain dead. It's just easier than it were. And by which I mean, there are level ranges where Thunderhead actually... There are level ranges where Thunderhead, like, plays a part. Or rather, it gets in the way. And I think part of the reason why people don't like Thunderhead is because Thundercloud was a reward. And Thunderhead... They basically replaced something that was a reward that you sometimes was given, usually a lot, and replaced it with a resource cost. And that means that it felt almost like a punishment. It changed something from, oh, wow, I have a Thundercloud, fantastic, go, Thunder, to being, I don't have Thunderhead. Like, Thunderhead doesn't add anything exciting to the rotation. It's just there, and it's slightly in the way. That's it. I will also say, Asymmetricon, I don't know about that, because my guess at them reducing the upfront damage of Thunder so quickly is that I think they overlooked the fact that Scathe exists. Like, I'm just saying that High Thunder was 200 potency on release, and Thunder 1 was 120 in Dawntrail release, to be clear. So you learn Thunder at level 6, and then at level 15 you learn Bad Thunder. Scathe being overlooked for 6 expansions, perish the thought. If you want to see something ridiculous, try and check out Scathe's patch notes. Aside from an MP cost normalization that happened with Shadowbringer's MP normalization, the only change that has ever happened to Scathe is that it got nerfed from 120 to 100 potency. Scathe has only been nerfed. Isn't that hilarious? It's too powerful. Hey, Bunker. Hope you're doing well. Bondi says, I think Thunder's the highest damage dot in the entire game. It's 600 potency dot. And then, let's see, 30% from MAME. And 27% from Enochian, so it's 990 potency relative to other jobs. Biolysis is 1040. Biolysis is 1040. Just first example. Because of MAME and Mend, Biolysis is 1040. And yeah, exactly, Freezy Lemon. Scathe is basically Black Mage's Piercing Talon. It sucks. But hey, you have it. Higanbana is also a good example. Let's check that one. 1000 potency. Because the upfront damage doesn't count. We're talking about dots, not the upfront damage. Higanbana is 1000 potency. And then we have a damage buff, which is 13%. So it's 1130. So that's bigger than Biolysis. So it is possibly the biggest. But I would also say that because Higanbana is 60 seconds and Thunder is 30, Thunder would do more damage by being maintained. So I feel like a more fair comparison is something like Biolysis, which has the same duration as Thunder. And Bio beats that. Like Biolysis beats Thunder. So there you go. It doesn't if you include the upfront damage. But we were talking about the strongest dot. Yeah, that's correct. The Evaporation Doses is also 1040 with Maim and Mend. Dia is also, but it also has the 80 upfront damage. But I have heard others before suggest why don't Scathe upgrade into Paradox. Which does make sense. I would say Paradox is not a direct upgrade of Scathe, but if they just made it so that Scathe turned into Paradox when you had a marker, I could see that. But at the same time, I don't know if I would want that, because if you accidentally press Fire 1 or Blizzard 1, well, you don't have a Paradox marker, you could at least, like, cancel it. Whereas with Scathe, you click it, oops, too late. What do you mean, Bronto? And that's the thing, so basically, the healer dots, with the exception of Astrologian, are 80 potency each. Which means that they're 104 potency per second with Maim and Mend. Black Mage's High Thunder is 60 potency per tick. But then in addition to Maim and Mend, it also has Enochian. But basically, adding 27% to 60 does not beat 80. So it loses there anyway. Yeah, they could do that for Easy Lemon. The reason why I think it sorta would make sense to make Scathe just turn into Paradox is partly because I've made this estimate before. Scathe is so bad. Scathe is so incredibly bad that it would be better as a looping rotation to use Paradox, Ice Paradox, Umbral Soul twice, transpose Fire Paradox, Fire 3, transpose Ice Paradox, Umbral Soul twice, and just loop that. That would do more damage than just spamming Scathe. And Scathe costs more. Like, this Paradox loop at least leaves you at full resources at certain points. Scathe would gradually wear you out. But yeah, if we took the entirety of the value of Thunder, like including the upfront damage, then it would be like 1238. But Higanbana would beat that, but Higanbana is 60 seconds, so, you know, you can get 2 Thunders in that time. What about Mortal Flame? Indeed. The ultimate dot. I think it was like late Endwalker when I mentioned this extremely stupid super jank of repetition. Can't quite find the word for it. I made the suggestion. Imagine that you had a job whose only attack applied a permanent dot, aka Mortal Flame, to the target. But it's stacked indefinitely, so you could spam it as many times you like. But it only did 1 potency of damage. As a starting example. And then the question is, well, how long would a fight need to be for this to actually overtake other jobs? And then the follow-up question to that was, what if, and this is where it becomes extremely stupid, what if you had a job whose only action was that it could spawn summons with infinite duration that cannot die and will always get their attack off in time. And the only attack they had was the infinite dot that is infinitely stackable of 1 potency. Yeah, 80 casts would be equal to a healer dot, exactly. But then, when you add this angle to it, it means that the first GCD, you do nothing. Then the second GCD, you have 2 summons, and one of them applies 1 dot to the target. The third GCD, you have 3 summons, and 2 of them apply 1 dot to the target. So now you have 3, and then you go up to 6, 10, 15, 21, 28. Like, it suddenly ramps up quickly. But again, it would still take, like, I don't know, 10 GCDs before you hit the power of a healer dot right now. And then, of course, when you really take this weird hypothesis to its extreme, you then go one step further and say, what if you had a job that, as its only action, could summon a creature that is invulnerable and will always get its cast off. And what it does is it summons creatures that are invulnerable and always gets their cast off, and the only thing they do is apply up an infinite dot that is infinitely stackable that does 1 potency of damage. And then the question being, well, first of all, as a bread bean queen says, that there's a quick jump to the end there. Thank you. And then the question is, of course, like, how long would a fight need to be for this hypothetical weird job to first catch up to other jobs and then actually take over, right? Because first they have to reach a point where they're doing as much or more DPS than other jobs. And then they have to, like, make up the difference. Like, all the lost time of doing less. Because of the sort of exponential nature of this hypothetical, once you've reached the other jobs, it might not take that long. But if it takes like 5 minutes to catch up to everyone, it would probably take some time to overtake them too. Long fight, everybody's GPU would be grinding to a halt. Oh yeah, good point. Reach like 9 minutes in the fight and there's like 300 summoner guys. And then, like, I don't know, several thousand of the daughter guys. And the dot is like the numbers starting to look weird. The dot starts to look weird. I like how we're assuming that solo stacking doesn't somehow mess with the dot timer. Well, I mean, the dot timer is consistent. It ticks every 3 seconds. Anyway. Sir on fire calculating 366,434 dot stacks. Yeah, exactly. It's just going crazy. Body says, you're kind of cooking assuming it's a roguelike passive you can get. That would be pretty funny. More importantly, the summons would need to contribute to the same dot timer, else you hit buff limit. Also true. I imagine, like, if this was actually a thing, that what you'd probably do to make it a little more... little less... insane, would be that you just have, like... You summon one guy, and each time you cast a spell again, you basically make the guy's spell 1 stack stronger, and that guy's spell, you know... summons a guy, and each stack he has then adds stacks to the other guy, and the amount of stacks that guy has determines how many stacks of the dot they apply. And instead of having to calculate 366,434 dot stacks, the game just has to calculate how much damage 366,434 potency would do. And then the boss just disintegrates. Just... Like, that would probably be the way you do it. There is, in Rapid and Steel, which is a game on Steam, a fun game, by the way, there is an hourglass item you can get that ticks every 12 seconds and does X damage times the amount of times it has ticked. Each time. So, like, the first time it does X damage, the second time it does 2 times X, and then the third time it does 3 times X, so, like, it just ramps forever. The problem is, of course, that bosses only give you so much time. There's actually a hard enrage. So it's not that amazing in harder difficulties, but the concept is there. Now, with math class out of the way, I think this is actually a good time to wrap up the stream. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, like other people enjoyed as well. So, thanks so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you will find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams whenever I put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-fi link in the chat that Ariel posted right there. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So, thank you so much for the support. Alright, when the stream goes live. Yeah, when sometimes I forget stuff. Sometimes when I forget. And yeah, that's true, Bundy. We used to have execute moves. But with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.